before the first, a reminder that the place accumulator is going to be starting now. So the 5 point there is number 7.
Race of the afternoon, the Hollywood Bets Durbanville welcomes you maiden plate of the 1,250 metres field of 12 runners, both scratch number 8 Bellis Pebble as well as number 14 Connery. There's number 2 Ken Viserius and Keenan Stain is the runner in picture. Number 7 Buddy Fight and Corne Orfer went down to the start a little bit earlier. Let's look at number 3 Magic Verse and Grant Fanichak.
Going down to post a little bit
number 4 is In the Bad, Elder de Mare, plus half a kilogram. Number 5 is Whiskey Bravo, Anthony Andrews. Number 6, State of Shock, Oswald Noach. Number 9 is Blue Bay, Bernard Faidherb. Number 10 is A Few Dollars More, Morne Vinnar. Number 11 is Tanango, Gareth Wright. In picture, number 13, Hats Pride, Jason Gates. There's number 12, He's a Gaul, and JP van der Merwe. We're still waiting to see number 1, Moye, I think, for Josh and Solomons. But in the meanwhile, there's the runners and riders for the first race of the afternoon at Hollywood Bets Durbanville Racecourse. The first race meeting back at the Hollywood Bets Country Series for the upcoming 3 months. We cross on downstairs to
Welcome again to Hollywood Bets Durbanville. Beautiful sunny day, and with me I've got Brett Crawford to chat to us about his runners over the 7-race program. Brett, race 1, you obviously have the 1 scratching, but Blue Bay, the Silvana first timer, what are you expecting?
Vicky, I think he'll need the experience. You know, he's still very immature and needs to learn, but he's got to start somewhere. He's a nice horse in the making, so I think he'll be running on strong at the death, but I think today he'll be a little bit too green.
In race 2, another first-timer in Pinstripe, obviously scheduled to run on the weekend, which didn't happen, so having the first run here. Yeah,
she's in the same sort of boat. You know, she needs to get going now. I think she's looking for a bit further than what she's running over. She's obviously drawn also her widest of all, so we'll just give her a chance and let her run on.
Race 3, Hanging Rock, drawn well, thankfully, with Louis up.
Yeah, she's a progressive filly. She's been in good form, and I see no reason why she can't make her presence felt in that race.
Race 5, the 2 runners. Charlene, she comes in with a bit of fair form, and then also you've got Lady Loxton. Is she improving?
Yeah, we've obviously Charlene to start doing very well. Good last run. I think she's going to appreciate the step up in trip. So I think she's one of our better runners today. Lady Loxton, we are stepping up in trip, which I think is what she's looking for. She's drawn a bit wide. Also a filly that we'll give a chance and let her finish off. She hasn't been running that far off, but I think she is capable of better. So she could be an outside quartet chance today.
And then a bit of a bold question in race 6, Catalay, would she be your better runner on the day?
Look, I think she's in very good form. She runs for new owners today, so hopefully they change the luck. But yeah, she's doing well at home, and we're expecting a very competitive run from her.
Brett, thank you very much for your comments. All the best.
Pleasure.
Yeah, that's Brett Crawford taking us through his runners for the day. And Grant Knowles, it's a lovely card, and can't wait to go through it all with both you and MJ today.
Thanks, Vix. Yeah, it looks to be quite a card that I think you can actually make some money today. I like a lot of horses today, so normally they either go according to plan and you have an absolute field day, or you get absolutely blown out the water. I'm hoping it's going to be the case of the former, not the latter. And I do think we're starting off with the horse that is going to be very difficult to beat here in the form of Boogie-Fied. I was very impressed first time out with him. The stable were pretty confident first time out. Now he has to have come on with that run under the belt, MJ.
Yeah, definitely, Grant. As Cornet said to me earlier on, he says they fancied him quite strongly first time out, and the horse that beat him was a bit of a surprise to them. Not his first time, obviously, but he was fancied by the yard, and he's come out and run a fair race in winning company last time. So that form has been franked a bit. Cornet said he's come on and would probably enjoy the extra bit of ground. So strong favourite and should be, but he's at Durbanville, and it could get interesting sometimes, but I don't think it'll be a difficult horse to beat.
He didn't look like he was that green on debut. I think he just found one too good for him on the day.
I agree with you, Grant. I don't think that he was too green, and especially on a soft track, I think Mo Capitano just, skipped, and he just kept running away. He's come out and run a good race after that, being Mo Capitano. So I really like Boogie-Fied in the ring. He looked magnificent. He started to get a little bit. He just got a little bit warmed up, and we're going to cross to Devon just to call this horse down to the start.
Thank you, Vicky. Just an important notice. Number 1, Moye, making his way down to the start, but now with the mount of Craig Zaki, Joshua Solomons has been stood down for the rest of the afternoon. So number 1, Moye, now to be ridden by Craig Zaki.
Thank you very much, Devon. Sorry, Grant, to go back to your question about Boogie-Fied. He looked lovely in the ring, got a little bit warm. He went out, a lead pony sort of led him to the start, gave him a leash, I rather say. Look, he was last time a little bit uptight. I thought once he got going and he was on the course, he quietened down quite nicely. It doesn't put me off completely, but it's just nice to see them managing him in a good way. He's obviously still a colt and needs that bit of management.
All right, let's see what could be his biggest danger. Now, there was a little bit of a nibble early on for Candice Robinson's runner, number 4 in the bag. 3-year-old's going to give me the green light out of a captain on there. Wasn't a bad debut effort, was beaten 9.5 lengths, but finished 5th out of 10. How much go late? And maybe that was just due to the fact that they couldn't get the work in at Milnerton.
And you're spot on, Grant. That was the day, one of the days, late June, that the training tracks were just quite waterlogged and horses were going in quite underdone, coupled with the fact that Candice, typically her horses come on with every run. If they really have a fantastic ability, they can win first time out. Going down to the start, he's got a beautiful action on him, and I think that the firmer track at Hollywood Bets Durbanville will suit him down to a T, and he also looks like he's going to show a bit more pace today as opposed to first time out. And again, it's all just in relation to the going. I think that heavy Kenilworth going, it's hard for them to get out of it, especially when they're lightly raced or they're running first time out.
All right, MJ, in terms of how you think about in the bag, any sort of a scope, what did you think of him in the ring?
Yeah, he looked quite nice, and he'll definitely improve, Grant. He can only, barring the favourite, it's like not a very strong rest form line to go through. So just reading this Yamadori's form line, it's not that great, but there's been one horse I think it's come around in a place. So, but looking at him, he went down well, nice action, and I think horses with the better actions would enjoy Durbanville soft a bit better than Kenilworth's heavy. I mean, even like the favourite's got a beautiful action. Same as in the bag, went down beautifully, a nice action, and he'll enjoy it. He'll definitely improve, Grant.
In terms of Magic Verse, the first time from the Justin Snaith yard, also a little bit of nibble anti-post, nothing massive, just 6s into 5s. That was early this morning. Grant Fanico jumps on board. They say that there's a nice type of horse that could have a place chance in this type of field. I thought he went down to post very smartly.
Looked very well in the ring, I must say. His coat is good and he went down nicely, quite professional. He could be also, it'll be in the quartet.
And he's got the draw to boot as well, Vicky.
A huge help, especially, you know, if you've got the gate speed and you position yourself well earlier on, it puts you in good stead. And I know that there is a 2-meter spur at the top of the straight. It's not that big, so it's going to be a little bit unforgiving with the jocks trying to... So I think draws will be imperative. That said, gate speeds probably more so.
The penetrometer 24, it's still going to be probably the firmest ground that we've raced on in some time in the Western Cape.
Grant, easily 2 months, and I think this is key. And when you said you can find value, look at when they ran, look what the track conditions were, as well as the interrupted prep. And I think you've got some horses, I mean, even trainers are scratching their heads saying they are much better than their form, and I think you'll see that play out through August and September. You'll just see horses turning their form around completely.
You're also thinking, if you're on course, to find a little bit of a more short-coupled, stronger, type of speedy-looking horse, if you know what that means. It just helps a little bit watching him going down at Durbanville. It makes a bit of, those type of horses seem to suit this track a bit better.
They're a bit fast, they can kick a bit faster.
And the track actually does suit a speedy type.
Yeah, definitely.
We've seen that through the ages.
All right. Grant, I think, I just want to mention here, number 10, a few dollars more. He hasn't got much form, but it just gives me an idea in the ring that he's a type of horse. He looked quite fit, and it looks like a horse that will definitely improve to be maybe in the quartets at probably any price.
There he goes, down to post as well. Not too much wrong with the way he cantered to post. We are on race time, though. And just a reminder that it is a 7-race program today, which means that your place accumulator and your bipod are going to be kicking off here in our first race. And the pick 6 kicks off in race number 2. So you need to get those exotics on nice and early, and they should start the loading process shortly.
Grant, just before we go across, number 1 is having a left front shoe replaced. So probably a little bit, that's why some of the jocks aren't on their horses. Okay, so number 1, Mo, yeah, he's having quite a few changes today. He's had a jockey change, he's having a shoe change, and hopefully he enjoys
some at the races.
Yeah, how's that for a debut effort there as well? Let's just chat about one other runner as well, and that's number 2, Pit Burt's runner. Has been showing little signs of improvement, and his last start was his best start yet. Any sort of form for you to have a winning chance, Vicky? Well, when I spoke to Pete, he said he would prefer. It's one of those things where, you know, you got to check in the program and see what's happening. So, you know, Beardy might find it a bit sharp. I think the experience will put him in good stead. And while we're speaking about 1 or 2 more, I think speaking about horses who could show improvement, number 5, Whiskey Bravo, is now a gelding. The blinkers are off, and he's stepping up from the 2 runs over the 1,000 meters to now the 1250, which, if you look at his form, he was always in contention and just faded the last bit, which I think is a gelding.
He's got a stocky, strong horse, isn't he, Vicky?
Correct. I think that we can see improvement from him. Can he find the frame? I think if he puts his best foot forward, but maybe one just to keep an eye on. Right, lovely images there. Look at the gentleman in the back. He's having a great view from his back garden. And he should be charged a membership fee, shouldn't he?
The fire's probably going to start going just now, Grant.
You'll have a bit of boerewors going on there. The jocks are going to smell those lamb chops. They'll be pretty hungry.
Some jocks will jump fences.
All right, as you can see, it looks like they're still working on number 1 with the shoeing. Just let's talk about the card in general quickly while we've got a few minutes, guys. I said there's quite a few odds on favourite. There's obviously a couple of runners that look set to be really competitive today. What did you think was one of the better bets on the card? I know you and I are going to avoid a particular horse later on in the card.
Is that the last race by any chance?
You know us too well.
So it's like Alistair sat with us early on, and he said, you know, just because you guys are avoiding him, he's probably going to back him, and it probably will happen. But yeah, Kimberley O'Hara looks like he should win, but no, not for me.
I think Grant,
too many unlucky stories.
Horses like Winter Rainfall, also Among the Clouds, nice type of horses. So those would probably be the ones to look out for, and maybe it's look forwards day too.
I hope that you've got Robert Barrett on your list of people to chat today, because the Mike Stewart Yard have actually got some very nice runners today. I think Porquet Tavas is a massive runner.
Yeah, absolutely, and quite a racy type of horse, which will suit the course.
And 1,000 meters here, Durbanville, somewhat better off with Where's the Party at the weights as well. I really do like that today. It's one of my better bets in the card. So hopefully that one puts up a decent performance as well. But it looks like they've sorted the shoe on number 1, and they should start the loading process up now. And we'll hand up to Devon Pretorius, and Devon can tell us what he liked on the way down to the start as well.
Thank you very much, Grant. Without a doubt, number 7, Buddified, the horse to beat in the first race of the afternoon. Hopefully can get punters off into the right direction for the rest of the day. I also think number 7 is going to be popping up throughout the course of the afternoon. Number 7 is done spectacularly in the next race. And a few runners later on in the course of the afternoon as well. As the loading process is underway, and they're working on number 9, Blue Bay. Blue Bay steps forward. Magic Verse moves in. Of course, the field of 12 runners. 2 scratchings, Baylor's Pablo and number 14, Connery. As Whiskey Bravo moves in. Working on Hat's Pride. Moves in. Tanandro steps forward. Buddified. King Viserys now moves in. Few dollars more. Mo Ye steps into gate 1. State of Shock. He's a goal and in the bag. Completes the field. Set for a start. Flag goes up from behind. First race of the afternoon, and away they go. From the 1,250 meter mark, and He's a Door was slow into stride, as well as Blue Bay and Hat's Pride will also have to race from the back end of the field. Magic Verse responded quite well, is up there with Buddified. Those two off to dictate the early pace. So then just off the speed is State of Shot with Whiskey Brother, further 2 lengths back in running. To the likes of In the Bag, and that's racing about 3 or 4 lengths off the early pace. On the inside rail is Moye, the black sleeves and red cap sitting on the inside of Tanandro. Then comes King Viserys, and that's racing about 7 lengths off the leader. A few dollars more is languishing towards the back end of the field. And further back in running is Blue Bay, Hat's Pride, and a long way back to He's a Goal. Easily about a dozen lengths separating first to last, as they're at the top of the straight with just on 600 meters left to go, and it's Buddified. That brings the field for home, has a 1.5 length lead over Whiskey Bravo. Down towards the inside is Magic Verse, State of Shot, looks to go towards the middle outside for a run with In the Bag. Down towards the inside is King Viserys as they're into the final 350 meters. Buddified gets asked to quicken and does so accordingly. Buddified goes 2 lengths clear. Magic Verse has switched towards the outside for a run. Tanandro's making late headway, but Buddified looks too strong for them in the first race. Buddified continues to keep rolling, and Buddified is going to win well from Magic Verse. Tanandro ran on well into third. In the Viserys and Moye. Number 7, Buddified, corner offer for the Andre Null stable. Gets asked to quicken, and quickens up smartly into the closing stages. The more pressure the rest of the field had, the quicker he quickened up and moved out to win by about 2 lengths. And number 7, Buddified, will win at the second time of asking. Number 3, Magic Verse, very impressive debut. It's just a little bit green into the final 400 and 300 meters. Then into third, and number 4, In the Bag, took off late to round off quartets in fourth, followed by King Viserys, State of Shock. The winner, number 7, Buddified, right along the inside rail, the sheepskin noseband, the sorts of Sabine Plattner. Now just asked to quicken up. The rest of the field all under the stick, but quite a comfortable win here for Buddified, the son of Justify, out of Love to Buddy by Trippy, and bred and owned by Mrs. Plattner. So big congratulations to the winning connections for number 7, Buddified, a comfortable winner in the first race of the afternoon. across for race number 1. Number 7, Buddified. Cornet offer for the Andre Null stable. Son of Justify out of Love to Buddy by Trippy. Bred by the Platinum Farming Operations in New South Wales and owned by Mrs. Sabine Plattner. So a big congratulations to the winning connections here for number 7, Buddified, who opens up proceedings at Hollywood Bets Durbanville Racecourse. Provisional results 7, 3, 11, 4 with a winning time of 1 minute 15.55 seconds.
Winner of race 1, the Hollywood Bets Durbanville welcomes you. Maiden plate over the 1250 was number 7, Boogified, and rightfully so from the son of Justified. And Andre Nels with me. Andre, well done.
Thank you very much.
I mentioned pre-race that, you went down as the lead pony and very well managed by your team, and you said he can be a bit of a handful, but a great win from him.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate handful. I mean, I blame, because he's imported horse, I blame the quarantine situation. If anybody's been to Joburg quarantine, it's horrific. And the horses that go through that system, all the ones we've had at least, end up with behavioral problems because they get bored so often. So it's something we have to manage. So it's not intentional. It's kind of like he taught that on his own. But it's something we have to just manage. But once the pen's open, he's a different caliber. So I'm really pleased the way he did it today. Cornet rode a really positive race on the horse. We were planning to go to the front because we just thought with inexperience with the competitors might be the right way to go. And this Cornet's plan, it worked out beautifully. I'm really pleased with the win. One of those maiden wins. It's a bit more pressure than a normal maiden win. Got to thank well done to Mrs. Plattner and to Tina. And I'm pretty sure Tina's watching, which is great because she's got a special soft spot for this horse. She even named him. So a lot of people to thank. Kia Ora in Australia, James Bester. Everybody's just to get the horse here is not easy. So just a maiden, but we're thrilled.
Well done, Fred. May you go on from here.
Thank you very much.
That's Andre now taking us all through, and then Cornet Offer and Dad of the Month. Well done.
Thank you.
Cornet, as I said to Andre, well managed with this horse. I know it's not easy, but he said once those pens open, he knows exactly what job needs to be done.
Yeah, he's not a malicious horse. He's just young and he's cultish, he's naughty. He's a beautiful horse, and Andre suggested the pony for him and just to walk him down and let him be like settled, and he enjoyed himself. He was got a little bit cheeky at the start, but he jumped out nicely, and it was always my plan to be right up there, and I took him to the front and he switched off straight away, so I'm very happy about that. Obviously it was his first time here around the turn, so it was nice. He came into the straight, he gave me a very good kick, and he won a nice race.
Cornet, in relation to, we're obviously here for the first time for 3 months. How is the course?
It's beautiful. It's beautiful, Vicky. I mean, we've raced in Kenilworth, and I must be honest, kudos to the team in Kenilworth. They got us through the roughest of what it was, and I've never ridden on a track that was that bad and still held up. So well done to everybody, and all to the jocks and everybody that held up their end. Most of the time, we missed a few meetings, but that was just due to safety reasons. But riding on this track today was a dream, I must be honest with you. It's in good condition, and I think we can have a very good season.
Well done for getting that good win out the way, and all the best for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much, and just well done to Andre. It's nice to open the season with a winner, and to Mrs. Plattner, to Anthony Anderson, to Callum Dixon and the whole team at home, and to Justify. I think it's, if I'm not mistaken, it's his first winner in South Africa, so well done.
Well done.
Thank you.
There you go. That's Cornet and the Apple of his eye. winner is number 7, Boogie Fight, son of Justify. Well done to all involved. Well done to Mrs. Plattner, lovely win. Nice also to, as she said, get the win out the way and look forward to what's to come. MJ standing by with Gareth Wright, so a comment from him. He was on one of the runner-ups.
Yeah, thanks, Vicky. Gareth Wright's come and joined me. You rode in Tenango from draw 11, ran on quite well to run third.
Yes, it was quite a promising run. He went through the field quite well, and as you would expect, some babies, once they get to, they just have enough their first runs. So it was a learning curve for him, and he did. I wasn't surprised he did that because he has showed us quite a bit at home. So it's an encouraging run, so I'm happy with that.
You'll have the edge on some babies coming through now. The next start, obviously, still going to be here because there's 2-3 months racing here, so definitely advantage and maybe one to follow.
Yes, absolutely. You see, he's been here now, so he actually went around there like he had been here before. So he's had the run now, so he should only get better.
Gareth, better get some sunscreen. We're going to get sunburned today, but it's Gareth Wright that rode Tenango. Ran third, got a nice run, so have a look at it start. I'm sure he'll win quite soon. We're going to go to the replay of race 1 at Hollywood Bets Durbanville.
Completes the field. Set for a start, flag goes up from behind, first race of the afternoon, and away they go. From the 1,250 meter mark, and He's a Door was slow into stride, as well as Blue Bay and Hat's Pride will also have to race from the back end of the field. Magic Verse responded quite well, was up there with Boogie Fight, those two off to dictate the early pace. So then just off the speed, the State of Shot with Whiskey Brother, further 2 lengths back in running, to the likes of In the Bag, and that's racing about 3 or 4 lengths off the early pace. On the inside rail is Moye, the black sleeves and red cap sitting on the inside of Tenango. Then comes King Viserys, and that's racing about 7 lengths off the leader, a few dollars more. Is languishing towards the back end of the field, and further back in running to Blue Bay, Hat's Pride, and a long way back to He's a Door. Easily about a dozen lengths separating first to last, as they're at the top of the straight with just on 600 meters left to go, and it's Boogified. That brings the field for home, has a 1.5 length lead over Whiskey Bravo. Down towards the inside is Magic Verse, State of Shot, looks to go towards the middle outside for a run with In the Bag. Down towards the inside is King Viserys as we're into the final 350 meters. Boogified gets asked to quicken and does so accordingly. Boogified goes 2 lengths clear. Magic Verse has switched towards the outside for a run. Tenando's making late headway, but Boogified looks too strong for them in the first race. Boogified continues to keep rolling, and Boogified's going to win well from Magic Verse. Tenando ran on well into third. In the Bag also an eye-catching effort into fourth. Then came King Viserys and Moye. Number 7, Boogified, corner offer for the Andre Null stable. Gets asked to quicken, and quickens up smartly into the closing stages. The more pressure the rest of the field had, the quicker he quickened up and moved out to win by about 2 lengths. And number 7, Boogified, will win at the second time of asking. Number 3, Magic Verse, very impressive debut. Was just a little bit green into the final 400 and 300 meters. Then came Tenango, number 11, into third, and number 4, In the Bag, took off late to round off quartets in fourth, followed by King Viserys, State of Shock. The winner, number 7, Boogified, Ruddle on the inside rail, the sheepskin noseband, the sorts of Sabine Plattner. Now just asked to quicken up. The rest of the field all under the stick, but quite a comfortable win here for Boogified, the son of Justify, out of love to Boogie by Trippy, and bred and owned by Mrs. Plattner. So big congratulations to the winning connections for number 7, Boogified, a comfortable winner in the first race of the afternoon.
race 2 at Hollywood Bets Durbanville. It's the Cape Racing Maiden Plate. JP van der Merwe has come and joined me. JP, when I looked at the card, you're riding Princess Lizzie and Grant's riding the filly that you rode also spectacular. Did you have the pick?
No, I did not have the pick, but there's not much between them. I think both very nice fillies, and they both will, by every run, they'll just keep on getting better. But yeah, that's it.
Grant's obviously a stable jockey. If you had the pick, which one would you have? Would you want to ride?
Probably the other one, but just because she had 2 starts, and for mentally wise, it will obviously be just for more experience. So obviously I would have picked Grant's one, but there's not much in between him.
JP, there's R1 million up for grabs for the record going. Have you put your hand up?
It's going to be a lot of hard work, Amy, and you need a lot of support for that. But at the moment, I don't think I can do that.
So I said to some people, if you had a decent agent, you could at any price. You at Hollywood, you at any price. If I gave you 100 to 1, JP, to win the R1 million, would you take 100 to 1?
No, I won't take it.
Come on, man, don't be so lazy. It's JP van der Merwe. I really think if he gets his bum into gear, and he could probably try and win that R1 million of Hollywood. But yeah, we're going to go to Grant and Vicky into the studio for the preview of race 2.
Thanks, NJ, and well done. You got JP to honestly declare that he probably would rather be on the other one. That was great information. Well done to you there. Right, let's find out if there's any others that we need to really be focusing on. Number 1, Tequila Sky, the first timer. We heard from Corne earlier on. First timer might just be in need of the run, but is a nice horse and will have a nice future. We move on to the 2 horse, which is Impressive Nessie. Now, this is Pit Burt's runner. Keenan Steyn jumps on board. First couple of runs weren't bad, but the next 2 have been very disappointing. I think probably best watch today. They'll be hoping to see some improvement. 3 is Time for Love. This is a 4-year-old, a daughter of Time Thief out of a Jetmaster mare. They've been very patient with this one. And this one's owned by Mr. George Nagel. Aussie Nudge jumps on board. I think, again, probably in need of the first run, but we'll come on with that. 5, Princess Izzy, Justin Snaith's 3-year-old daughter of Master of My Fate out of a What a Winter mare. JP van der Merwe jumps on board. Now, he was of the opinion that there wasn't too much between the 2 of them. I think that certainly number 7, Sun Spectacular's form is a little bit stronger. Let's find out. We will shortly. But nice to hear that JP thinks there wasn't much between them. So Princess Izzy must be included in the exotics. 6, Nordic Quest, 3-year-old daughter of Karari. She's out of a Windrush mare. Candace Robinson is the trainer. Alder de Meyer plus a half. He jumps on board. Not a bad run. First time out behind Winter Rainfall either. On that run, has a couple of lengths to spare with number 5, Princess Izzy. So Nordic Quest, if you're liking a Princess Izzy, well, you've got to like number 6, Nordic Quest too. And there was a little bit of support for Nordic Quest in the early anti-post. 7 is Sun Spectacular, 3-year-old daughter of Master of My Fate out of a Dawn Approach mare. 2 good runs. Very nice run last time out, finishing the race off quite smartly. Finished just 1.65 lengths off Kamikaze. I think there's going to be a lot more to come. The draw, a little bit of a problem, but there are a couple of scratchings in this field, so just the 7 runners, so should have no problem really in getting a position. And I do think that it could be a good opportunity for number 7, Sun Spectacular, to get at the maiden ranks. There is number 1 in question. That one is Tequila Sky, going down a little bit earlier than the others. And number 2 is just behind. As we hand up to Devon for the commentary.
Thank you very much, Grant. Race number 2, the Cape Racing Maiden Plate for fillies and mares over 1,250 meters. As you mentioned, number 1, Tequila Sky and Corne Orpha, as well as number 2, Impressive Nessie. And Keenan Steyn, the first runners to go down to the start. There's a look at number 3, Time for Love and Oswald Noach. Just the field of 7 runners. Number 4, Cabaret. Number 8, Gift from Heaven are both scratched. So the rest of the runners are leaving the parade ring, making their way down the chutes and onto the course proper for the opening leg of today's Pit 6 for the 7-race program. Next runner to canter down to the start is number 6, Nordic Quest, Alder de Meyer plus half a kilogram. Number 5 is Princess Izzy, JP van der Merwe. Going down with the lead ponies, number 7, Sun Spectacular, Grant van Niekerk. Being passed on the far side by number 9, Pinstripe, Louis Mkotwa, sporting a white cap. Those are the runners and riders for the second race of the afternoon. The off time is at 1:30. Hopefully he'll be there on time, of course, with the delay of the first race. But I'm sure everything will be back on track as we go back downstairs for the preview of the opening leg of today's Pitch 6 at Hollywood Bets Durbanville Racecourse.
We move on to race 2, and Candice Bass-Robinson's joined us to take us through her runners for the day, and Nordic Quest looks like a nice type here. Candice, what are you expecting from her?
Because she's a very nice filly. She was an expensive filly, and I actually thought she would be a lot earlier than what she was, and then she ended up growing so much that I had to back off her and start over again with her. So she had her first run at Kenilworth the other day. She was quite green, but she ran on very nicely. Obviously, you come around to Durbanville, and it's around the turn the next run, so it makes things a little bit more tricky. She is quite a green type of filly. She tends to hang in a little bit, so I'm hoping that doesn't really affect her too much. If she's not too green today, she certainly will have an each way chance.
Race 3, trip to Maputo, thankfully well drawn, and you've got Elder up.
Yeah, Vicky, she's a very nice filly, and I was very actually disappointed with her run first time out. I think you can definitely put a line through that run. She was slow out the gates, and she just didn't really, it was wet that day, and she didn't raise much of a gallop, and she was coughing for quite some time after that. So seemed to have her back to her best now. She shows a lot at home, and I think if she, she brings her work to the course today from a one draw, she's a filly that I would definitely include in everything.
Race 4, Winter Rainfall. Could she follow up and win again?
I'm hoping so, Vicky. It's always a bit tricky at this time of year to, try and assess these fillies, first run out the maidens in handicaps where she's basically got top weight and having to give away weight to most of the field. She's a filly that I rate highly at home. She came out and she won her maiden very nicely, and she shows a lot. She's come on nicely from that run, so I'm hopeful that she can win straight out the maidens again, but as I say, it's a little bit tricky against the older fillies. I think it's Mike Stewart's filly in there. Obviously, she's won quite a few now, and she's drawn nicely as well, so I think she might be the filly to beat, but I think I've got a good chance.
Race 5, are you expecting improvement, especially from the good draw from Windrunner?
Yeah, she's a filly that you think she's looking for further on pedigree. She's looking for 2-4 possibly, and in a 14 last time she was a little bit one pace. So I'm not sure whether she's looking for further, or some say bring her back and some say put her further. So I've given her a little break. She had her first African horse sickness injection, and it's not the strongest of fields today. So another one that I would include, she's certain in your quartets and exotics. She could have a money chance.
Race 6, the 2 runners, well drawn. You've got the Agent's Muse, and then a little bit wider out Kamikaze. That's an improving, obviously, youngster.
Yeah, she's surprised me both her runs. She won very nicely last time out Kamikaze, and again, almost having top weight again in this field. It's a little bit on the tricky side for me to assess her chances. She doesn't show a huge amount at home. She's a tall, light filly. I think she'll enjoy this 1400-meter trip today, but a little bit difficult to assess. I think if she repeats that last run, she certainly won't be too far off them, and she must be included as well. The other filly, Agent's Muse, I think will run a much better race today. I think this sort of trip is her best trip. She's actually doing quite well at the moment, and a better run from her last time, but obviously, she's not going to Hollywood, and I think this will probably be her last run. She's nicely bred, and she will probably go to stud, but yeah, another inclusion.
The last on the day, you've got Unique Power, first run for the yard, and then Charlie Malone headgear change.
Yeah, I think it's a very weak race, this race at the back, Vicky. Looking at the form, there's nothing that stands out at all. Charlie Malone on his day could quite easily beat a field like that. I've got blinkers on him today, so I think that might help him a bit. So he's an inclusion. The other horse, Unique Power, I've only recently got him. He came down from Natal. I think he's obviously looking for further. I think he's got a bit of improving to show at home. He hasn't shown me anything yet, so I'm obviously hopeful of a nice run, but I think he's going to need a run or two, and we'll just have to decide whether Cape Town might just be a little bit too strong for him.
Candice, thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Yeah, all the best to Candice Bass-Robinson for her runners today. And Grant, as Candice mentioned, in relation to all the runners, the one that would more than likely stand out the most would be Winter Rainfall in race 4. But Nordic Quest, if not too green, she looked quite nice in the parade ring, tall, rangy type of filly.
Yeah, and as I said in the parade ring preview, Vicky, a little bit of support anti-post as well for Nordic Quest in from 3s to around 2s. Not sure where she is currently trading now, Aldo plus a half, but it was a decent run. And on that first run, MJ, you can see with that Winter Rainfall form line, you can see that Nordic Quest has got number 5, Princess Izzy, probably beat. It all determines whether number 7, Sun Spectacular, is going to be good enough. Now, when you asked JP the question, he was of the opinion there wasn't too much between Princess Izzy and Sun Spectacular, which means maybe Nordic Quest is the right one.
Yeah, Grant, it's always a difficult question when you ask a jock about which one to pick, because you...
Especially when you've been jocked off.
Yeah, when the stable jock's riding the horse, he obviously wants to still ride his horse, but to be dead honest, it is a tricky question and a tricky question to answer. For me, just looking at them in the parading, I think Nordic Quest and Princess Lizzie will fight it out. Sun Spectacular, she looked a little bit small and a little bit, I don't know, that's just for my eye. But yeah, Nordic Quest's form is definitely a bit stronger than Sun Spectacular. That, to answer your question, yes, that form line I think is a bit stronger.
Well, Princess Izzy was 650,000 Rand yearling and Sun Spectacular 70,000 Rand yearling. So there was obviously quite a lot different at the sales arena as well.
Well, obviously, JP didn't look at that, or Grant didn't look at that. But yeah, there's obviously other reasons between the picking of the horses. But yeah.
All right, Vicky, in terms of what you saw there, I'm probably going to be in the camp of Nordic Quest yourself.
Yes, I'm going a little bit against MJ though. Number 7, Sun Spectacular. I thought she looked very nice.
All right, they're loading up for our second race. It is the opening leg of the Pick 6.
Runners are loading for the second race of the afternoon. Pinstripe as well as Tequila Sky have stepped forward. Princess Izzy moves in. Just the field of 7 runners. Nordic Quest. Impressive Nessie. Sun Spectacular. And Time for Love to complete the lineup. Just backs away. Handler's working on Time for Love. Now moves in. Time for Love. Now settled. Flag goes up from behind. Gates are back. And away and racing from the 1,250 meter mark, and Pinstripe was just 1 or 2 lengths slow to try, but is quickening up past the runners to try and recover from that early slow start. First one to respond was Sun Spectacular, immediately pushes forward to be one of the early front runners. Right up there's Nordic Quest, settling just 1.5 lengths off the early speed. Time for Love is in that 1 out position. Then comes Impressive Nessie, battle on the inside rail in 4th. A further 2 lengths back and running to Tequila Skies, racing on the inside of the white cap on the outside of Pinstripe. And last of all is Princess Izzy. It's a very slow and sedate gallop compared to the first race, about 7 or 8 lengths separating first to last, as they take the angle in towards the top of the straight with just on 600 meters left to go. Sun Spectacular out in front by 1.5 lengths. Nordic Quest on the outside in second. Down towards the inside is Impressive Nessie the Grey in third. Deeper out Pinstripe starting to make headway. Then smartly, it's Sun Spectacular still in front. Then between runners, Nordic Quest, Princess Izzy on the far side. It's Nordic Quest handing tough. Princess Izzy with one last leg, final lunge. Nordic Quest to the line they go. Nordic Quest holds on from Princess Izzy. Then got close for third between Sun Spectacular and Time for Love. Further back was Tequila Sky. Then came Pinstripe and Impressive Nessie. The winner for race number 2, down towards the inside, number 6, Nordic Quest. Just holding on into the closing stages from a fast finishing Princess Izzy. But perfectly timed ride by Alda de Meyer wins here in the second race of the afternoon. The daughter of Karari just beating a narrow margin. Further back and running, it's going to go to the outside. Time for Love is going to just ahead of Sun Spectacular into third. Sun Spectacular fourth. Then came Tequila Sky. Further back to Pinstripe. And Impressive Nessie was the last of all. The winner in the middle of your screen, the blue and white salts, sticking to the right hand on the outside. Princess Izzy doing absolutely everything she's got to try and get there on the line. But Nordic Quest just hangs on tough into the first leg of today's Pick 6. The winners box for race number 2. Number 6, Nordic Quest, the daughter of Ferrari out of Nordic Breeze by Windrush. Elder Demare, the winning jockey for the Candice Bass Robinson stable, bred by the Normandy Stud Farm and owned by the Green Acres Trust. Nominee Mr. Mark Shirtcliffe, as well as Lamastral Stud, and Mr. Riley now becomes a one-time winner from just the 2 starts. So big congratulations to the winning connections here for number 6, Nordic Quest, the winner in the opening leg of today's pitch sets. Provisional results 6, 5, 3. And then 7 into 4th with a winning time of 1 minute 17.57 seconds.
Race 2, Cape Racing Maiden Plate for the fillies and mares over the 1250 was won by number 6, Nordic Quest, the daughter of Karari. Lovely improvement from her and also bodes well as she finished behind Winter Rainfall. The jockey aboard was Elder Demare. He's full of spring cheer, so I'm sure with the winner. Well done.
Thank you, Vicky.
Candice mentioned leading into the race that she was a little bit green, and on the turn she seemed that way when they came across you.
Yeah, listen, very green. I did tell Candice I was going to have a bit positive today, even though she showed no speed first time, because she was looking around, and in the run, Grant sneezed, and I don't blame her. She started jumping patches. I thought he would be the right one to pull me through, and JP started finding, and I know when you look at JP, you don't expect that from him, but he's quite vigorous in the finish, so this filly had to dig down because they kept coming at her, and she kept on finding. I think she's going to want a mile. I think she's a nice sort, really green, though, and she needs a bit of time, so lots to look forward to. Well done, Mr. Shirtcliffe, Mr. Riley. I'm not sure who climbed into her the way they did, but well done to them, and it looked like a profitable event for them all.
And Elder, with regards to her as a horse, you know, she's beautifully big and range. You said she'll enjoy a bit further, but clearly a bit of maturing still to do.
Yeah, definitely. You don't judge those big girls when they're young. They start blossoming, and I think it'll the same be the case for her. So lots to look forward to her, as I said. I think she's going to be a nice sort. Durbanville, not ideal for her, but she still put her best foot forward. So to everyone involved, Candice, Mel, everyone involved, I'm pretty sure you're going to have a bit of fun.
Elder Demare, jockey aboard. Candice, Elder is busy stealing her flowers off our set. Candice, well done.
Thank you.
You mentioned she was a little bit green and raced that way, but still impressed despite that.
She is green, Vicky. She looks at everything at home, and I don't know if you watched her going down to the start. She's looking at everything. So she's just that kind of filly, and I think probably took quite a hard ride today, but I think with racing she obviously will improve with that, with a bit more time in racing.
Well, I'm glad you got the win off it's the beginning of the season, so exciting times to come and all the best.
Yeah, thank you, Vicky. She's a nice filly. As I said, we paid quite a bit of money for her, so I'm glad that she's now got her maiden out of the way. And you know, I think as time goes on, she will improve all the time. She's such a big filly, as you saw. She's no small girl, that's for sure. And you know, she's always shown that she's had ability. So I'd like to see that she goes on from here. And just really well done to Peter, Marsh, and Brian. Brian is in Australia at the moment, and Marsha over at Goodwood, so hopefully they're watching, and Peter, who's here to lead her in today, so well done to all of them. She's a nice filly.
Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, Candice, going through the list of everyone, and as mentioned, Peter Graaf from Lammerstraw Stud is the man on course, and lovely that you made the trip, and for good reason.
Thank you. It's a wonderful spring day here, and we're very happy to have the win. I just want to thank Oscar Fox from Normandy Stud, and our partners, Brian and Marsh. I think we are going to have a lot of fun with this filly.
And with regards to, it's not only the beginning of the racing season, also the breeding season, obviously exciting times to come for you.
Yes, it is. We're gearing ourselves up, always matching the stallions with the right mares. So all bodes well for the coming breeding. Thank you.
Well done for the good win, and as everyone's mentioned, improvement to come. So like you said, a lot of fun to be had.
Yes, thank you, and hopefully she qualifies for the $1 million race. I think that's at CTS sales time, so maybe she's going to make the cut there.
Well, hopefully. That's Candice has got to work out for her, but thankfully she's got a nice filly on her hands.
Thank you very much.
Well done to Peter Graaf. As mentioned, she qualifies for that Golden Slipper in January for the Cape Racing Sales Golden Slipper. The winner here, number 6, Nordic Quest, daughter of Karari. Well done to Normandy Stud for breeding, and also the other owners spread across the world. Well done for the win. MJ standing by with Oswald Noach, who was on, I think, the 3rd place horse in the race.
Yeah, thanks, Vicky. Oswald Noach just come and join me. Ozzy rode the older filly, first time Time for Love. She ran a cracking race, a bit green, but yeah, she had to give the other fillies weight and still run 3rd.
Yeah, no, she's a nice filly. Michelle's just taken her time with her. She was a bit weak and scrawny when she came in, so Michelle gave her some time. But today she had a nice race.
She had to give the other fillies 2 kilos and still managed to run. She looked quite nice in the parading, and she managed to run quite close to them, so it shouldn't take too long to win.
Yeah, I don't think she'll take too long to win. I think she also wants a bit further, but I'll discuss it with Michelle. And also, she ran well for, we haven't done that much at home, but she had a nice race today, so I'm hoping for a further improvement.
Ozzy, thanks very much for your time. I know you're a bit camera shy, but yeah, thanks very much to come talk to me. So as you know, it's just rode Time for Love, 4-year-old filly that gave the other fillies 2 kilos, and she ran quite a creditable 3rd in race 2. We're going to go to the replay of race 2 at Hollywood Bets, Durbanville.
From behind. Gates are back and away in racing from the 1,250 meter mark, and Pinstripe was just 1 or 2 lengths slow into stride, but is quickly up past the runners to try and recover from that early slow start. First one to respond was Sun Spectacular, immediately pushes forward to be one of the early front runners. Right up there's Nordic Quest, settling just 1.5 lengths off the early speed. Time for Love is in that 1 out position. Then comes Impressive Nessie, battle on the inside rail in 4th. A further 2 lengths back and running to Tequila Skies, racing on the inside of the white cap on the outside of Pinstripe. And last of all is Princess Izzy. It's a very slow and sedate gallop compared to the first race, about 7 or 8 lengths separating first to last, as they take the angle in towards the top of the straight with just on 600 meters left to go. Sun Spectacular out in front by 1.5 lengths. Nordic Quest on the outside in 2nd. Down towards the inside is Impressive Nessie the Grey in 3rd. Deeper out Pinstripe starting to make headway. Then on smartly, it's Sun Spectacular still in front. Then between runners, Nordic Quest, Princess Izzy on the far side. It's Nordic Quest handing tough. Princess Izzy with one last late final lunge. Nordic Quest to the line they drove. Nordic Quest holds on from Princess Izzy. Then got close for 3rd between Sun Spectacular and Time for Love. Further back was Tequila Sky. Then came Pinstripe and Impressive Nessie. The winner for race number 2, down towards the inside, number 6, Nordic Quest. Just holding on into the closing stages from a fast-finishing Princess Izzy. But perfectly timed ride by Alda de Mea wins here in the second race of the afternoon. The daughter of Karari just beating Princess Izzy into second by a narrow margin. Further back in running, it's going to go to the outside. Time for Love is going to just ahead of Sun Spectacular into third. Sun Spectacular fourth. Then came Tequila Sky. Further back to Pinstripe. An impressive Nessie was the last of all. The winner in the middle of your screen, the blue and white salts, sticking to the right hand on the outside. Princess Izzy doing absolutely everything she's got to try and get there on the line. But Nordic Quest just hangs on tough into the first leg of today's Pick 6.
So far, favourable results for our first two races here at Hollywood Bet Durbanville, and we enter race number 3, opening leg of the first jackpot. It's the Cape Turf Club. It's a maiden plate for fillies and mares. It's over 1,250 metres, and the runners now entering the ring. There is number 1, Trip to Maputo. This is the 3-year-old daughter of Trippi. She's out of a VAR mare, Candice Trains and Aldo Rise. Also plus a half on this one. Now, this filly just had the one run. That was the first time out on the 5th of July. Very wet period here, and I think she's going to be a different filly. She'll certainly appreciate the wet and the damp out of the ground, albeit the ground here is good to soft. I think it'll suit her much better, and I wouldn't be leaving her out of your quartets. 2, Hanging Rock, Brett Crawford's 3-year-old daughter of Canford Cliff. She's out of a Schnitzel mare, and Louis Makotwa jumps on board. Just the 2 starts, and nice improvement first to second start, and I do think, again, there's going to be more to come. And there was a little bit of anti-post support for number 2, Hanging Rock. 3, Look Forward from the Mike Stewart yard. Grant van Niekerk jumps on board, knocking on the door and knocking pretty loudly. Has finished second on 4 of her last 5 starts. She's a 4-year-old daughter of Master of My Fate. She looks to have an ideal opportunity here to shed that maiden tag. She's had the 12 starts. She has finished second on 4 occasions. 4 is Ticket to Vegas. Ricky Maingard sends out the 3-year-old daughter of William Longsword. She's out of the Jetmaster mare. Seems to be going the right way, and then last time out, I don't think that was its true performance. Gets Keenan Steyn back in the saddle, and I think this is a runner that could certainly show some nice improvement. Last time out, a whole host of things went wrong, and I think there will be definitely better proposition today for a better run. 5, Candy Town. Andre Nell's 3-year-old daughter of Karari, so out of a Captain Almare. Corne Orford does duty, cracking run on debut. A little bit of support in the market on that occasion too. Opened up at 8-1, jumped at 7-1, and was beaten just under 1.5 lengths by Winter Rainform. We've just seen that form line franked in the previous race. 6, True Horizon. Adam Marcus, 3-year-old daughter of Horizon. This is the filly that's had the 2 starts. She does need to start showing some improvement. She hasn't shown much at this stage. 7, Lip Sync. Glenn Codson, Gareth Wright teaming up. Fair run behind On His Son, and last time out, a little bit disappointing behind Kamikaze, to be honest. I think there'll be more to come, and I think that, again, there are prospects here for an improved run. 8, Lady Mallorca. This is the 3-year-old daughter of William Longsword of the Black Miniloosh mare, Jamboree. This filly ran 2 very nice runs her first 2 starts. Not sure what happened last time out over the 1400, but she does drop back in trip, and I do think that she could, if given a bit more of a chance and doesn't tear away to the front, she could have a better opportunity. 9, Witblitz, Justin Snaith and JP van der Merwe, the 3-year-old daughter of Denon Platina, racing in the colours of Suzette Viljoen. Penultimate run behind Flying V was cracker. A little bit disappointing next time out, but I do think there could be a lot more improvement to come, and JP will be itching to get into the winner's enclosure. You're not going to miss her. She's the striking grey, almost white. You can see how she's aptly named. All right, those are the runners then for race number 3. It is the opening leg of this afternoon's jackpot. And MJ has managed to get hold of Aldo in the ring, and let's find out what he thinks of his ride here in the next.
Thanks, Grant. Yeah, Aldo's come and joined me. Aldo, Trip to Maputo, the form line, Candice tells me that you need to put a line through it, and she does look like a nice filly.
Yeah, nice sort. I was expecting a better start from her first time, but she can be excused for running in the mud. So she shows nice sorts of work at home. I do think she'll prefer the turn. Fraction sharp for her still, but I do expect her to do a much better showing as she displayed first time out. As I say, she shows a bit of promise at home, and if she runs in the money, I won't be surprised.
Winter Rainfall, form has been franked. She should be competitive.
Nice sort. I'll be honest, I didn't see what the field looks like, but I do think she's a promising filly. I think she's got a bright future ahead of her, and if she takes to Durbanville, massive runner.
Looks like you've taken to Durbanville.
Thank you.
Aldo, a quick comment on Trip to Maputo. And there's definitely a little bit of confidence on Winter Rainfall running in race 4. There's definitely a little bit of body language. You can see he's a bit upbeat about that, so maybe one to follow. We're going to go back to Grant.
Thanks, MJ. Let's move on to some of the other runners here. We did go through all of them, but just having a look before the jocks mount up. And Lady Mallorca really does look well, the 8-horse, so wouldn't mind seeing how she fares here today. I think there could be a much better performance. But the jocks have mounted up. They're going to make their way out onto the track. And as we said earlier on, wonderful to have Alistair Cohen back here in the Western Cape. He's going to be calling races 3 to 7, and he'll be doing the canter pass shortly for race number 3.
Thanks very much indeed, Grant. thoroughly enjoying my trips down to the Western Cape and hoping to do a lot more of it. Race number 3 on the card, the Cape Turf Club Maiden Plate for fillies over 1,250 metres. This is the start of the first jackpot. A field of 9 to go down to the start. The early runner was number 3, Look Forward and Grand Fanikac, and they are nearly at the starting stalls. Just take note, race 6, number 6, now the rider Jason Gates. That's I'll Slip Away, race 6, number 6, now the rider Gates. And picture is number 1, Trip to Maputo, ridden by Aldo de Meyer. 2, Hanging Rock and Louis Otwa. Followed down by number 4, Ticket to Vegas and Keenan Stain. Number 5 is Candy Town, Corne Orva. There's number 6, True Horizon, ridden by Craig Zaki. Number 7, Lip Sync, Gareth Wright. Followed down by number 8, Lady Mallorca, Mornay Vinar. And finally number 9, Vitlitz and JP van der Merwe. That's the field for race number 3. They make their way down to the start. The favourite is number 5, Candy Town. 190 and 1 rand a place. There's the early runner, Look Forward, on the back straight. So Candy Town, quite a strong favourite as far as the tote is concerned. 190 and a rand a place. Number 3, Look Forward, 450, 1 rand 50. Number 2, Hanging Rock shows 690 and 150 a place. Number 9, Vitblitz, 820 and 2 rand 40. So you've got 8 minutes to post. Race number 3 coming up next. Vicky Grant and MJ, the team downstairs, and they'll have some pearls of wisdom.
We'll move on to race 3, and with me I've got Rob Barrett from the Marks Churchyard, and nice runners on the day. Rob, Look Forward. She's obviously got the experience and the consistent form. Do you think she could pull it off today?
You would hope so, but then with her behaviour and then the one hot day we get in this winter is the day, you know, she's got to run. But anyway, can't moan. It's the same for everyone, but I would think the young horses like Candy Town look a lot more progressive, but we'll be there to pick up the pieces if they fluff the lines.
In race 4, Pocket of Us, she's thankfully drawn 1, so a good draw and also a horse in good form.
She is. She seems to be on the right path. I don't want to jinx it too soon. She's going the right way, but I'll probably make her our best on the day. But, you know, these small fields, you never know, but I do like her today.
Race 5, Future Contact, lovely lightweight.
She is, yeah. She's got really no excuses today. She likes the course. Her best run's been on good to soft. She's drawn well. She's got no weight on her back. You know, the best run's been with the jock, so there really is no excuse for her today. So she hopefully should be in the first 4. If not, then I don't know where we go from there. But I think she should run a good race today. Her work has been very good.
Thanks for that. And also race 6, the last of your runners, Seeking Peace, a bit of a wide draw to overcome with JP up.
There is. We're trying the 14 again, but there seems to be pace in the race, and that's all she really needs. And if there's pace early, she switches off. And after that, you know, she finds a good finish. So if the pace is on early and she settles, she should also be thereabouts.
Sounds like you've got a good day lined up, but we won't jinx you. We're just going to wish you all the best.
Thank you. The last time I thought I was having a good day, I couldn't get out the second box. So let's hope so. Thank you.
Let's hope it's different today. But thanks very much to Rob. Always very good and transparent, as we always say, Grant, with regards to his feedback and that. And it is a beautiful warm day and a nice field of horses that we can hopefully find the winner.
Yeah, certainly always nice to hear from Robert. He knows his horses intimately. I think he almost stays at the stables permanently, so he knows all their quirks, and fairly bullish on Pocket of Us, wasn't he?
Indeed, and I think just that the draw makes a huge difference. She's been ultra consistent leading up to today, so yeah, why not?
All right, let's go through this card. I'm going to start with number 5, Candy Town, 3-year-old daughter of Karari out of a Captain Almere. Andre Nels already had a winner today, so too Corne Orva. This horse ran an absolute cracker first time out, MJ. It was a decent effort. A little bit of support in the market from 8 to 7 to 1, but got beat less than 1.5 lengths. I know you chatted to Corne. What was his opinion?
Yeah, Grant, barring the first race, I thought this would be second best ride. I must say, walking to the parade ring, she looked magnificent. She really looked well and strong, and her coat is very good. And as you could see, she went down quite confidently, and her form's been franked. I think she probably needs to take a bit of beating here.
A little bit heady for you, or not too worried?
Yeah, Durbanville will probably go into the corner and she'll have a look at the turning, so she should come back to corner. He's drawn reasonably well, so he's a little bit early. It's just a confirmation she carries it like that. But yeah, as you can see, she's looking very well and should be favourite.
She does look very well within herself, that's for sure. What do you make of her chances, Vicky? Is she your first choice?
She is my first choice. I like her quite a lot. And I think, as MJ touched on, without repeating, Nordic Quest coming out and winning, she finished fourth behind Winter Rainfall. Candy Town finished third. She shows natural pace, which I think is an advantage here. We've seen the first two races, horses quite prominent have run up there. Horses are also running on, so you know, we don't want to count our chickens before they hatch. She looked well in the parade ring, and even though she is maybe a bit hot in that, on her toes and that, she doesn't look like a bit of a muck sweat and that. So I'm happy with that. She's also got a beautiful coat about her. Andre's had a winner earlier on today, so the yard in good form. So strong first choice for me, Grant.
You know who I think could be her biggest danger? And you might think I'm smoking something, but number 9, Vitblitz. If you have a look at that first run behind Raskova, we know what Raskova has done. She ran another cracking race in KZN. In fact, her last 2 starts have been fairly decent there in feature company and strong company. Now, she ran under a length to Raskova first time out. She lost her way a little bit, but then a good run behind Flying V, not the worst run behind Lady Lookalike. I think if Vitblitz repeats that Raskova run, massive runner.
Grant, the other day we had Mr. Indians, I can't think of his name now. He ran in, his form was average, but he ran in the 2 feature races. And
yeah,
as you
right.
say, you take these 2 feature races, take those form out of it. There's nothing wrong with it for these form line. So the last start, 16th off, wasn't heavy. This track might suit her a bit better. She's definitely got a chance. So her form is certainly a lot better than what it looks like on paper there.
Yeah, and that was a feature race first up, that Raskova run as well. So what did you make of her in the ring, Vicky?
She looked well in the ring, even going down to the start. I think all the horses are pretty happy having the nice warm sun on their back. But I agree with you. I think that Vitbliss is definitely a filly to feature in. I interviewed Justin Snaith just before her run in May, and he said we've seemed to have gotten her back to herself, and then the form reflected that. And I thought last time I'd also, as mentioned, in the heavy going, ran a good 5th behind Lady Lookalike. She is going to enjoy this course, I think, and also just the firmer underfoot conditions. So a definite inclusion. She also might, judging on her last run, have the speed from the draw. And also there will be pace here, which will probably be an asset to her.
Well, she sports the famous Suzette Viljoen silks, but I don't think you need to look at those silks to spot Vitblitz in the race, do you?
Well named. She's most certainly well named.
All right, Ticket to Vegas, interesting runner as well, because ran a decent race behind the Charleston and behind Distant Winter. Last time out, plenty of excuses. Again, Ricky Mangard's horses always look absolutely amazing in the ring, and this one was no exception, MJ.
Yeah, last time she was quite unlucky. Completely put a line through that, and her form hasn't been bad. I mean, Distance Winter's form line's been great, and this filly, we said it before, Mr. Mangard, it's just a matter of time. When he twerks it right, things are going to... When things turn around, he's going to have winners, and this filly will have a chance. Whether she can beat the favourite, I'm not too sure, but you can't leave her out of your exotic bet.
Yeah, I think she's one for the quartets for sure. Number 3, Look Forward, 4-year-old, the daughter of Master of My Fate. I think she's a filly that's been knocking so loudly on the door with a decent draw today and Grant. This could be her best opportunity yet, Vicky.
Sometimes you end up with horses with the experience and the form that can just get the better of the youngsters. I say youngsters now, you know, with the turn of the season, all the horses are a year older. But as Rob said, Rob Barrett from the Mike's Churchyard said, you know, there are 1 or 2 younger horses that might have the improvement on her, but he'll be there to, or she'll be there to pick up the scraps if they fluff their line. So I think probably a positive run with regards to a place, almost a bit of a
They're loading up. Let's hand up to Alistair.
Thanks very much, guys. So here we go, race number 3. Hanging Rock, the first one in. They're working now with Tickets to Vegas. Who's been blindfolded and facing the wrong way. And she's now ready. Look Forward will be the next one. Along with Candy Town. Lady Mallorca, True Horizon and Trip to Maputo will be the next two, and then there'll be two left after them. Taken hold of Lip Sync. Vitblitz, the last one, at the 12.50. Ready, racing. Starter got them away to a fair start, with the exception of Vitblitz, who will drop it at the back of the field. Candy Town straight off to the lead. Blazes clear by about a length and a half. Lady Mallorca is keen to go and race in second. Gets there, but with an awkward head carriage. Then comes Look Forward, who races back at the rail third. A length and a half back to Lip Sync in the green sleeves and cap. Trip to Maputo is midfield. They stretched out. Hanging Rock a further half length and behind. Ticket to Vegas has two behind. True Horizon is one from last. And Vitblitz banking on the pace, working in her favour at the back of the field. More than 10 lengths off the leader at the 600 metres mark. Candy Town will bring them into the home straight. Lady Mallorca was racy the whole way down the side of the course and is second, being looked along for an effort. Then comes Look Forward, who races away in third. Lip Sync, Trip to Maputo are together. Hanging Rock in between horses. Ticket to Vegas made a run towards the far side, but with 300 metres left to run. Candy Town in front by 2 lengths. Shakes off Lady Mallorca. Then comes Look Forward, who's about 3 lengths adrift. Further back to Trip to Maputo, but with 150 left to go. Candy Town sticks to her task. To Lady Mallorca's credit, she's sticking around. Then a few lengths away to Look Forward, but Candy Town too strong, led the whole way. Candy Town beats Lady Mallorca. Third goes the way of Look Forward. Then came Trip to Maputo. So it's a double for Andre Null, Corneyorfa and Platinum Racing. Sabine Platinum and La Plaisance, stud owner and breeder. Candy Town, the daughter of Quirari, steps up from the first run, which was a very good run. Goes round the turn for the first time in her life and wins from coast to coast. Lady Mallorca's second. That's a nice run from Lady Mallorca. She didn't settle at all, really, but still stuck around gamely for second. Third goes the way of number 3, Look Forward. And then came number 1, Trip to Maputo. Big improvement from the well-bred daughter of Trippy in fourth. Vitblitz fifth. Then came Lip Sync, Ticket to Vegas, Hanging Rock and True Horizon. Winners towards the right-hand side, the indigo sleeves and cap. That's Candy Town from start to finish. Wasted no time to get to the lead and stayed there the whole way. Lady Mallorca just running around in behind, still a bit wet behind the ears. That's her best effort to date, but she's found Candy Town too good in race number 3 at Hollywood Bets Durbanville. Race number 4 gets underway at 14:40. Winner of race 3 about to arrive in the number 1 box. Number 5, Candy Town, a 3-year-old filly by Quirari out of Captain's Flame by Captain L. Bred the La Plaisance stud, homebred. Well done to Mrs. Sabine Platinum. Platinum Racing, the winning owner. And it's a double for Platinum Racing. Andre Null, winning trainer, and Corneyorfa, the winning jockey. Numbers confirmed, 5, 8, 3 and 1. Winner's time, 1 minute 14.96. which is a very quick time, just outside the course record on a good to soft track.
Race 3 has been won by number 5, Candy Town, beautiful daughter of Karori. Well done to Andre Nell. Well done, Andre.
Thank you very much.
Parade. Your horses have clearly enjoying the sunshine.
Yeah, she's gorgeous. Yeah, our coats are actually okay considering it's probably been the coldest winter we've had for a long time. So yeah, she looks good. Happy with the win, not mad about how she won. So we've got some work to do there.
Well, that was going to be my question. Obviously, stepping up over the 1250 now. You know, are you going to keep her over this trip? Maybe bring her back to the 1000?
I think we'll need to work on a little bit first at home and see where we go. But yeah, I don't generally like horses running like that. But it's not. Cornada did a sterling job, by the way, because she's not easy to ride. She's very much like her mother. I trained the mother as well. She was also a galloper that was very strong, but could do that for a mile. So if they can at least sustain it, you've got a chance. Got to say well done to my team again, well done to Mr. Plattner. No, chuffed with it.
And also confirming a good start to the season for you, so well done.
Yeah, we're not allowed to run 2-year-olds, so we let a couple go just to get a line. But now from 1st of August, we're allowed to let them loose.
Oh, we'll be keeping an eye on you then. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's Andre Nell mentioning that number 5, Candy Town, not typically the way you wanted to do it, but she's very forward filly.
Yeah, she is. She's very aggressive, and you've got to be very quiet and soft hands as much as you can. She's big as well, so she takes advantage of that. And I said to Andre that, unfortunately today, he must just close his eyes because I'm probably going to end up in front again. It's not ideal for these youngsters to be there, but someone's got to end up doing it, and I felt I was on a better and fitter horse, so again, took advantage of that situation and got her back to me at about, she pulled really hard for about 300 meters and then she kind of came back to me, which was just enough for her to sustain the finish. And she won a nice race, so like Andre said, we'll just go back at home and work on her as much as we can. She seems like she's a nice filly, so we'll try our best to get her to switch off as much as we can.
Well done for the win, and also well ridden.
Thank you very much, I appreciate that, and well done to Andre, to Mrs. Platten again, and to all the boys and all the staff. Thank you very much.
Well done.
Thank you.
That's Corne Offer doing all the hard work at home for the Andre Nell yard. Well done to him and his team, together with Le Play on Stud, and also Mrs. Plattner for owning the beautiful number 5, Candy Town, who most certainly confirmed a win today.
Thanks, Vicky. Morne Winners come and join me. Rode Lady Mallorca. Nice improved run.
Yeah, no, definitely, MJ. Glenn said her last time she pinged the guy change on the front. She was over racing. And he begged me, please, just try and give her a chance. But yeah, sometimes you have to listen to him, you know. I mean, you can't fight with a man like him. But yeah, no, very good run, MJ. I think the horse at 1 was definitely the horse to beat. Probably a young, up-and-coming horse. But yeah, our horse ran a good race.
But also the type of filly that will probably enjoy Durbanville, so she should win soon.
Yeah, no, definitely. And further, you know, 69, a big Glenn for a ride next time. But yeah, let's see what he does.
I'm sure he's listening, standing right behind you. Morne, thank you. It's Morne Winner Road, Lady Mallorca, and second, a filly that looks like she probably could also win quite soon here at Hollywood Bets Durbanville. We're going to the replay of race 3.
Ready, racing. Starter got them away to a fair start with the exception of Vitblitz, who will drop it at the back of the field. Candy Town straight off to the lead. Blazes clear by about 1.5 lengths. Lady Mallorca is keen to go and race in second. Gets there, but with an awkward head carriage. Then comes Look Forward, who races back at the rail third. 1.5 lengths back to Lip Sync in the green sleeves and cap. Trip to Maputo is midfield. They stretched out. Hanging Rock a further 1/2 length and behind. Ticket to Vegas has 2 behind. True Horizon is 1 from last. And Vitblitz banking on the pace, working in her favour at the back of the field. More than 10 lengths off the leader at the 600 metres mark. Candy Town will bring them into the home straight. Lady Mallorca was racy the whole way down the side of the course and is second, being looked along for an effort. Then comes Look Forward, who races away in third. Lip Sync, Trip to Maputo are together. Hanging Rock in between horses. Ticket to Vegas made a run towards the far side, but with 300 metres left to run. Candy Town in front by 2 lengths. Shakes off Lady Mallorca. Then comes Look Forward, who's about 3 lengths adrift. Further back to Trip to Maputo, but with 150 left to go. Candy Town sticks to her task. To Lady Mallorca's credit, she's sticking around. Then a few lengths away to Look Forward, but Candy Town too strong, led the whole way. Candy Town beats Lady Mallorca. Third goes the way of Look Forward. Then came Trip to Maputo. So it's a double for Andre Null, Corner Yorfer and Platinum Racing. Sabine Platinum and La Plaisance, stud owner and breeder. Candy Town, the daughter of Quirari, steps up from the first run, which was a very good run. Goes round the turn for the first time in her life and wins from coast to coast. Lady Mallorca second. That's a nice run from Lady Mallorca. She didn't settle at all, really, but still stuck around gamely for second. Third goes the way of number 3, Look Forward. And then came number 1, Trip to Maputo. Big improvement from the well-bred daughter of Trippy in fourth. Vitblitz fifth. Then came Lip Sync, Ticket to Vegas, Hanging Rock, and True Horizon. Winners towards the right-hand side, the Indigo Sleeves and Cap. That's Candy Town from start to finish. Wasted no time to get to the lead and stayed there the whole way. Lady Mallorca just running around in behind, still a bit wet behind the ears. That's her best effort to date, but she's found Candy Town too good in race number 3 at Hollywood Bets Durbanville. Race number 4 gets underway at 14:40.
Race number 4 is up next. It's the Cape Racing Sales Class 4. This is for fillies and mares. It's over 1,000 metres and runners making their way into the ring. There's number 1, Bouquet Tavas. I really like this filly today. She ticks quite a few boxes. She wasn't badly penalised for her last victory, and that was quite an easy victory as well. She was never really in doubt when she scored by 1.5 lengths, beating Where's That Party. And again, you've got to think with pole position, it really is going to play into her hands. And when Vicky chatted to Robert Barrett a little bit earlier, he did give us any amount of confidence. So I think they are expecting a very forward run. Number 2 is Curlim's Delight. This is a 6-year-old now. She's a daughter of Vercingetrix out of a Goldkeeper mare. Andre Nell and Corne Orfer have had a great day this far, but Jason Gates jumps on board this one, and this one's now fitted with blinkers as well, and I think they are expecting a much better run. She hasn't been running too far off them, actually, and I think it wouldn't be at all a surprise to see her finishing amongst them in the top 3 or 4. 3, Winter Rainfall. Well, I must tell you, the last 2 races have franked her form line tremendously. She comes into this race in good form. She's lightly raced. She's only had the 2 starts. She showed nice improvement from first to second start. She's got a decent enough draw. She's drawn in gate 3. Aldermeier jumps on board. He doesn't have to have the plus a half here because this one is a 58.5. And I do think that she is the biggest danger to number 1, Bouquet Tavas. 5, Easy Money. Pet Berta's 3-year-old daughter of Patala Palace. Keenan Steyn jumps on board. Another filly has been running really well. And again, there's been quite a bit of anti-post support. And this one, filly, was at 12. She traded all the way into 8-1. Not sure where she is now, but there was some market support for her. And then number 6, Musical Arts. This is a 3-year-old daughter of Oratorio out of a Western Wintermare for the Snaith team. And this is a runner that also just the 3 starts. Won her second start, beating Strata. And then last time out, did find Bouquet Tavas too good. Was beaten 5.75 lengths. She does have a small weight turnaround, so should be a lot closer, but I don't think it's enough to actually get her to finish upsides. And then number 7, Where's the Party? A very popular winner last time out, beating Flying First. She comes back to Durbanville. She has certainly not raced here before in terms of course and distance, but she's a runner that has certainly got more improvement to come, and I think Shane Humby is expecting another decent effort. Bernard Fate Herb jumps back on board. He'll be looking forward to maybe notching up another win. So that's the 7, Where's the Party? Those are your runners for race number 4, and it won't be too long before the jocks mount up. They'll be making their way down to the 1,000-metre start.
Race number 4 up next on the 7-race programme. The Cape Racing Sales Class 4 for fillies and mares over 1,000 metres. Two Cholim's Delight races with blinkers alamats on. Scratch number 4, Silver Screens, a field of 6 will make their way past. First to go down, number 2, Cholim's Delight, ridden by Jason Gates. Three, Winter Rainfall, ridden by Aldo De Meyer. Followed down by number 7, Where's the Party, ridden by Bernard Fate Herb. Here's 5, Easy Money, ridden by Keenan Steyn. The 6 is Musical Arts. ridden by JP van der Merwe. And number 1, Porquet Tavas, will be the last runner out. Here she is with Grant Finikak. So that's the 6-runner party with 10 minutes to go. Race number 4, the favourite is 3, Winter Rainfall, showing 3 rand a win, 1 rand 60 a place. Holson shot number 1, Porquet Tavar, shows 3 rand 10, 1 rand 50 a place. 7, Where's the Party, 520, 240, 6 Musical Arts, 540 and 2 rand 50 a place. 2 Cholum's Delight, 7.90 and 4 rand. And number 5, Easy Money, on offer at 9 rand 50 a win and 4 rand 90 a place. So it pays out only 2 places in this field of only 6. The place accumulator reached a pool of 291,556 rand, pays 3 rand 20. Bipot got to a healthy 197,734 rand with 5 rand 60. The pick 6 reached 570,384 rand after 2 legs, pays 7 rand 50. And Jackpot 1 got to 244,044 rand, shows 2 rand. Early doors, though, at Hollywood Bets Durbanville as they head to the 1,000 metres mark for race number 4.
Runners making their way down to the start. Well, most of them, number 2, doesn't appear to be wanting to move down to the start. Callum's Delight, and the rest of them should be down there. This race due off at 14:40. It is the Cape Racing Sales. It's a Class 4, 4 fillies and mares, and the trip is 1,000 metres. Blinkers fitted on Callum's Delight, and I think we've also got a scratching here, number 4, Silver Screen, not running. I'm going to start with Robert Barrett's runner, Mike Stewart's runner. Number 1, Porquet Tafas. This is the 4-year-old, a daughter of Karari. She's out of a trippy mare. She seems to have actually found the right way to win races now, Vicky, because she was a little bit erratic at one point. She's always had gate speed. She's always been pretty fast. But she seems to be completing and finishing her races off now. And she gets pole position today. And I like the way that Robert gave you some confidence.
Yes, absolutely. Rob gave us a lot of confidence. And I think with Porquet Tavash, Robert's always mentioned that she runs her race before she even arrives at the course. So probably with a little bit of time she settled down, and as you mentioned, Grant, and rightfully so, her form has reflected that. She's also, even though she's had a win in her last 3 starts, she is much lower in the ratings as opposed to when she was running some good races around this time last year. So I think the draw is a huge plus, the fact that she's got the pace over the distance. It is a bit of a dog leg at Hollywood Bets Durbanville, but you just jump out and aim for the rail and go lightning fast. Hug the rail, that's the goal. But she could definitely pull off the win. She's a very competitive runner.
Yeah, you've got to like her chances there as well. And she didn't look like she was too sweaty or too agitated, MJ. She looked all right.
Yeah, not too bad. She's obviously hacking down now. No, she definitely looked well in the parading. I think she's definitely got a good chance. Everything points at her. Number 2 might give her a little bit of a run for money with 2.5 or 2 kilos better off for a penultimate start where Porquet was, or Columns the Lighter in 3rd to her. She did beat the 3.5 lengths, so it's quite a long way. Can 2 kilos make that difference? A bit tricky.
Yeah, she's 52. Killam's Delight, just 52 to shoulder. So weight is a big factor there as well. But I think there are a couple of other runners that are also not too far off at the weights as well. But one thing we've got to make sure that everyone knows that this filly does seem to get on very well with Grant.
Does indeed, yeah. Porquet of us, they've got a good affinity, and Grant seems to get that right. He sort of almost locks with the horse, and they run well together. And no wonder they haven't changed the arrangements, because it's been paying off, and most certainly want a combination to follow with his filly.
He's won all the races on her.
Yeah, that's the saying. They've got a great relationship, yeah. Okay, Winter Rainfall. This form line's been franked twice today already. So it was a nice win last time out. Absolutely doddled up. Finished the race off really well, beating Trip to the Woods. And on the 2 runs that we've just seen, those 2 winners that have come out really does suggest that this filly is probably better than her form suggests, and she is definitely the biggest danger to number 1.
Number 3, Winter Rainfall, is most certainly the biggest danger. And it was nice to see her on parade as she approached. MJ and I was standing outside the studio, and as she approached us, she looked well. She looked the right filly in the parade ring. And I think number 3, Winter Rainfall. It was also nice to hear Candace saying that she can follow up and win, you know, just coming out the maidens. Same distance, track that's obviously a bit firmer as opposed to the wetter Kenilworth. Very likely the winner.
You know what's interesting for me, MJ, and we've spoken about it a few times, this filly's attracted no market support on either of her race course appearances.
Yeah, sometimes it's a bit of a worry because she's not fancy. What's the reason for it? But then every now and then you get to the track and they show more than at the track what they show at work. So it could be the case with her. Like Vicky said, she looked well. She looks like a filly, just looking at it, that probably would enjoy a furlong extra, 12, 1400, just looking at her. She hasn't found the support, but the form is there, and for me, I know there's also that one early on today. It might not have been the strongest races in that, but they still won. So whether that form will carry on, who knows? But she looked well, and I think she's definitely the filly to beat, Grant.
All right, so you're in the camp of Winter Rainfall as well, due to the 2 form updates that we've had today already. 5 Easy Money attracted some anti-post support, Vicky. And now you did chat to Pet Burt, and I think he was also quietly expecting a forward run.
He was expecting a forward run from Easy Money. I think the advantage of having the experience is a good thing. He was almost swaying more towards the. I know it sort of didn't happen. The meeting that was unfortunately abandoned. He preferred that race for her. He said here it's a little bit more competitive. She'll have a bit more work cut out for her, but yet she's still a little bit winter in her coat. I think her form is good, and I think that she can be competitive.
Any sort of a chance from you, MJ? Easy Money?
She's got to have it 53. You know, these fillies and mares, the races are difficult races. When it comes to these, at Durbanville, 53 kilos, she's got to have a good first 3 chance, definitely.
Oh, I still got to think, I know over 1,000 is not as accurate, but these 3-year-olds are actually just recently turned 3, so they still are actually
quite young, and
2-year-olds taking on some of the older horses here, like Buketova. So not the easiest.
It's a rough race here. I mean, they jump.
It's rough and they go.
It's a lot better now. It's not on the corner anymore, so it's straight and then you turning, but it's a sharp turn and they can get lost.
But you mentioned, sorry, about the open company. Easy Money's been in a varied amount of races. She's often taken on open company in open maidens and different classes, so she hasn't been restricted to the juvenile races, so she probably has more exposed form than some of the others.
Yeah, absolutely. Musical arts, let's talk about another youngster here who's had just a few opportunities. 3 starts for a win, and the win was her second start beating Strata. She then ran behind Buketova. There's not much in it in terms of the weight, in terms of a turnaround of 5.75 lengths, so I'll probably still be siding with the one horse here. What do you make of this one from the Snaith Yard?
Grant, she was fancied quite strongly in open company last time, and they were quite disappointed that she ran where she did, if I'm not mistaken. Justin was quite bullish, so they obviously think a lot more of her than what she showed that day. She needs to improve a bit, like you say, with the weight turnaround, 5.5 kilos. It's quite a lot, but it wasn't heavy. She might also be a bit better off here with a quicker track.
And then number 7, Where's the Party? Shane Humby. He got his monkey off his back with a nice win there, beating 12 days later, which isn't very Humby-like, I've got to say.
No, but what it does is it makes Where's That Party very fit. So
yes.
Fit, freshened up in between, good bit of well-being, and I think Bernard will definitely be giving his expert riding abilities on, or applying them on Where's That Party. I think she's a factor.
I think she has to be. She ran a cracker last time out, and it would be great if she could follow up for the Humby stable. That certainly looked to be starting to turn the corner. He's got some nice youngsters coming through as well. So right, we're getting down to the crunch stage. You're 1, 2, 3, Vicky.
3 is my first choice, and then
Winter Rainfall for first.
Number 7, Where's That Party? Number 1, Pocket of Us.
Okay, so 3, 7, 1 from Vicky's perspective. MJ, how are you going to see it?
I'm going also 3 with Vicky, Columns Delight, and Pocket of Us.
All right, I'm in the camp of number 1. I'm going with 1 to beat the 3, to beat the 7, and should be time to hand up to Alistair.
Thank you very much, guys. I'll start loading shortly. 6 runners gathered round behind the stalls. Winter Rainfall continues to stay loose and warm as she trots around behind the starting stalls. Right, and they're loading. First one they work with is Easy Money. She's in. Cholam's Delight. Where's the Party? Porquet Tavas. Winter Rainfall. With musical lineup. Ready. And they sprinting. Cholam's Delight missed the start, gave away about a length. Porquet Tavas, first one to break. Where's the Party? Gets onto her quarters in second. They're flying along in the early stages with Easy Money racing back in third. Then about 2 lengths away to Winter Rainfall, the red jacket. Now being passed by Musical Arts, and Cholam's Delight, after losing it at the start, races about 6 lengths off the leader at the top of the straight with 600 metres left to run. Porquet Tavas is in front of her. Where's the Party in second? Easy Money, blue and white colours up the inside. Musical Arts about 3 to 4 lengths off the leader. Winter Rainfall kept together. Cholam's Delight continues to trail past the 400. Porquet Tavas in front now by a length and a half over Where's the Party in second. Winter Rainfall launched the challenge towards the far side. Easy Money tries to match her. Musical Arts is nearest us. Cholam's Delight tries to get into the hunt. Porquet Tavas bares her teeth with 100 metres left to run over Winter Rainfall up the inside. Porquet Tavas kept Winter Rainfall at bay. Where's the Party ran third. Fourth went the way of Cholam's Delight. Porquet Tavas is the winner from start to finish. Mike Stewart and Grant Fanikak team up with his daughter of Quirari, bred at the Main Chance Farms. Well done to Paul Barrett and Dave Curran, the winning owners. And she's had a fruitful winter as Porquet Tavas. She'll beat number 3, Winter Rainfall, who goes down narrowly into second. Third, number 7, Where's the Party? Honest Run. And fourth to Cholam's Delight, who wasn't away too well and ends up beating Easy Money and Musical Arts. So Porquet Tavas used gate speed, used gate 1 to her advantage. She kept on plugging away 100 metres out. There were challenges coming thick and fast, with Winter Rainfall being the most lively towards the extreme right-hand side. Porquet Tavas kept on plugging away and is the winner of race number 4. She's now a 4-time winner. This recently turned 4-year-old, and she's got some good relations to her. I think that also Fedra in Aberka, trained by Sharon Kotson, is a sister. And she's got black top, and Porquet Tavas looking more and more valuable as life goes on. Frame 1, 3, 7 and 2. Winners time 58.18. And returning into the winners area, number 1, Porquet Tavas, a 4-year-old filly by Quirari out of Pretty by Trippy. Bred at the Main Chance Farms, had a big weekend with Grade 1 winners Princess Calla and Bavarian Beauty. Well done to Paul Barrett and Dave Curran, the winning owners. Mike Stewart is the winning trainer, with Rob Barrett doing duty for the yard today. Grant Fanikak is the winning jockey.
Race 4, the Cape Racing Sales Class 4 for the fillies and mares over the 1,000 metres has been won by number 1, Pocket of Us, the daughter of Karari. Grant Finikak was aboard. And Rob, thank you for your comments pre-race.
Jeepers, I think I made everybody sweat. But no, Grant said, Jeepers, she enjoys Kenilworth a lot more. She's never seen the Durbanville rail. Whenever she's been here, she's been drawn in the bush. So I think she got a bit of a fright. But no, top win. Because especially after the form liner, that filly got really frank throughout the day. After my preview, I started sweating then. But anyway, top win. Big well done to David. Nice to have him here to lead it in. And to my granddad, I think he sat at home. I think Grant Knowles tied him out at the Racing Masters. And a well done to him for winning it. But anyway, top win with a big weight again. Very impressed with her. She's on the right track now.
And Rob, I know earlier on you mentioned that she was always used to run her races before she even arrived at course. Has she improved with regards to that?
She has. I mean, we've had her on the farm since she went through the ring at Book 1, so it's over 3 years now. And when she came, she even just breaking in and things like that, it was a real handful. And with age, she's getting a lot more. She's a very intelligent horse. That's the problem. She's too clever for her own good. But once she knows how to do something, she then gets her mind on the job, and it looks like it's happening in her racing now.
Well done to you, and thank you for comments. Well done to your entire team.
Thank you, and well done to the boss. He's on holiday in the Seychelles. I'm sure when I send this replay through to him, that red wine's going to go down very smooth.
Well, indeed. Well done.
Cheers. Thanks.
There you go. That's nice of Rob coming to represent the yard, and I'm sure Grant Finikak is coming towards me with a story. Is this with regards to a certain headline, Grant?
No, this is my new sponsors. So proudly splash out. You know, thanks for them for allowing me to ride for them, and well, you know, for the sponsorship, and you know, hopefully we have a good season.
Grant, in relation to Pocket of Us, obviously putting you at a winning first step with regards to the season, you clearly have a good affinity with her?
Yeah, look, she's a filly that probably would prefer Kenilworth. She hung out around the turn with me, and it nearly cost her towards the end. So probably a filly I would tell Mr. Stewart to please give her Kenilworth, because, you know, she could get beaten around the turn just by the way she hangs out. Luckily, she came quite quickly out the pens, and although she hung, I was always in control, you know, and she won a nice race with me. She's really enjoying her racing at the moment, and please God, hope may it continue.
Grant, well done.
Thank you to Mr. Stewart. I think he ran away. Durbanville might be too far of a drive for him.
He's in the Seychelles having a great holiday, Grant.
Oh, well, jealous. But I'm sure you know, this winner made him smile a little bit more on his holiday. But to the owners and Rob, thank you. And again, my new sponsor, Splash Out. Thank you.
Well done to Grant Finikak. Next up, I know that you are normally the man working, but now today you're the man enjoying the win.
I am. I retired on Monday, so this is rather a nice present.
Well, may this set the tone for your retirement.
Yeah, thank you. We've got a few more to go, so let's hope. But to Main Chance, who bred her, fantastic. To Mike and Ingrid, I think we've said enough about them. I think we're all as jealous as hell, but fantastic ride by Grant. To Rob, who's keeping the stable going, that's fantastic. And to Pocket of Our, I think she's going to be a really nice filly. So let's hope it goes from better to brilliant.
Were you a little bit nervous watching Aldo sneak up on the favourite on the inside?
To be honest with you, I saw the start, and then I said, no, I can't watch this anymore, and I walked outside. So that was about it.
Nerves were shot, but you got to enjoy the win. Well done.
I did. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vicky. Thanks a lot, Ken.
Well done to Pockets of Us. She's done it for the entire team, and definitely in very good nick at the moment. Well done to Main Chance Farms for breeding the daughter of Karari. She's most certainly made a whole bunch of people proud. So good win in race 4.
Ready. And they sprinting. Sholom's Delight missed the start, gave away about a length. Paul Kate of Us, first one to break. Where's the Party? Gets onto her quarters in second. They're flying along in the early stages with Easy Money racing back in third. Then about 2 lengths away to Winter Rainfall, the red jacket. Now being passed by Musical Arts and Cholum's Delight after losing it at the start. Races about 6 lengths off the leader at the top of the straight with 600 metres left to run. Paul Kate of Us is in front of her. Where's the Party in second? Easy Money, blue and white colours up the inside. Musical Arts about 3 to 4 lengths off the leader. Winter Rainfall kept together. Cholum's Delight continues to trail past the 400. Paul Kate of Us in front now by a length and a half of Where's the Party in second. Winter Rainfall launched the challenge towards the far side. Easy Money tries to match her. Musical Arts is nearest us. Cholum's Delight tries to get into the hunt. Paul Kate of Us bares her teeth with 100 metres left to run over Winter Rainfall up the inside. Paul Kate of Us kept Winter Rainfall at bay. Where's the Party ran third. Fourth went the way of Cholum's Delight. Paul Kate of Us is the winner from start to finish. Mike Stewart and Grant Fanikak team up with his daughter of Quirari, bred at the Main Chance Farms. Well done to Paul Barras and Dave Curran, the winning owners. And she's had a fruitful winter as Paul Kate of Us. She'll beat number 3, Winter Rainfall, who goes down narrowly into second run. And fourth to Cholum's Delight, who wasn't away too well and ends up beating Easy Money and Musical Arts. So Paul Kate of Us used gate speed, used gate 1 to her advantage. She kept on plugging away 100 metres out. There were challenges coming thick and fast, with Winter Rainfall being the most lively towards the extreme right-hand side. Paul Kate of Us kept on plugging away and is the winner of race number 4. She's now a 4-time winner. This recently turned 4-year-old, and she's got some good relations to her. I think that also Fedra in Aberka, trained by Sharon Kotson, is a sister. And she's got blacked up, and Paul Kate of Us looking more and more valuable as life goes on.
Well, moving on to the fifth race, and this is the Cape Turf Club Syndicates Open Maiden. This is for fillies and mares. It's over 1,400 metres, and Devon Ashby picks up number 1, Blind Faith. So Devon Ashby rides number 1, Blind Faith. Let's go to MJ. He's managed to get hold of Craig Zaki, and he's got a ride here that probably a few people will think will have a decent enough chance. The 9 horse here, Green Isle. Let's find out what Craig thinks.
Yeah, thanks, Grant. Form doesn't, there's not a lot of form, but I just thought, yeah, Durbanville 1400, Craig, you've ridden it twice. There must be something that you can give us a bit of feedback that you got maybe a place chance or something like that.
Yeah, definitely, Emmy. I thought her first one was really, really good, and she gave me a nice feel. And then you see the form line works out, and last time I actually fancied her quite a bit. And the going on the day, she just didn't get through. She hated every inch of it. So I'm hoping today, yeah, Durbanville, the grain's much more firm, and she can bring what I thought she'd bring last time out. And if with a little bit of luck from that draw, she can definitely have a good place chance here.
Yeah, well, like as I said, 6 lengths to distant winter, that formula was frank. The last time was 8 lengths, but as you say, ignore that and she could be in the money.
Yeah, definitely.
Craig, thank you very much. Grant, that's what I saw, the 6 lengths to distant winter. I thought in this type of field she might improve. We're going to go back to Grant.
Yeah, well spotted, MJ. Certainly worth including that one. And, you know, this filly's having her third start now. She's going to be cherry ripe. She certainly looks set to be a major runner here as well. Right, let's go back to the runners early on. And there in picture is number 2, Windrunner, Candice Robinson and Mornay Vinard team up. Here's a horse that didn't run a bad race last time out. Was beaten back in 8th out of 11, but was only 3.1 lengths off Green Valkyrie. And on that, again, there has to be a lot more improvement. Ran behind Below Deck as well. That was a fair run. I wouldn't be leaving Windrunner out of the play. I think it's definitely a candidate for top honours. 3 Your Eyes Only needs to improve. That run behind Applecatcher wasn't bad, and so too the run behind I'll Slip Away, but others are definitely preferred. Does come in, though, with a very light weight of just 52.5. On to number 4, Miss Lemonade, a 3-year-old daughter of Vercingetrix out of a parade leader mare. JP van der Merwe jumps on board, had the 2 starts, and both of them have been pretty average. They're going to be desperately hoping that the 1400 suits and that they can see a bit of improvement today. 5, Charlene, much improved run at huge odds last time out. She ran 3rd. She was just 2.3 lengths behind Mears Harper. Louis Makotwa jumps back on board. She was friendless in the market on both her career starts. She does step up to the 1400 and in pedigree. That's exactly what she's going to be looking for, and I do think that she's a runner that you have to take very seriously. 6, Future Contract. Having listened to what Robert Barrett said to Vicky earlier on, he is expecting this filly to run a much better race. She's got next to nothing to shoulder. She could certainly be upset credentials here, and I might be able to suggest that you throw her into the back end of quartets. 7, Lady Loxton, Brett Crawford, Anthony Andrews. Another runner who hasn't been running too far off them, and the 1400 will definitely be a bit of a improved run for that type of filly with her pedigree, and another one that can have improvement to come. 8, Give Me the Limelight. This is Justin Snaith and Grant van Niekerk, your favourite. Cracking run behind Call Me Getrix, and even the runs behind Distant Winter and Summer Lily suggest that this could well be the horse they're all going to have to beat. She looks absolutely incredible. Her coat is absolutely shining in the sunny conditions we have here today. 9, Green Isle, Eric Sands, Craig Zach. We've just heard from Craig. 10, Go Like Flow, Andre Nell, Corne Orford. They've had a great day thus far. And if you just look at her form behind the likes of Misty Cliffs and Fellow and Cora, where she ran 2nd, this is another one that you can make a case for. She's notched up 4 seconds in her career. She's knocking on the door, and she's knocking fairly loudly. 11, Hermana Sunrise is the 3-year-old daughter of Pomodoro, and Jason Gage jumps on board. Not a bad run first time out. Didn't really improve, though, second time of asking. Let's see how she goes today. Those are the runners for our 5th race. It won't be long. The jocks have mounted up. They're busy leaving the parade ring. Alistair standing by to call them to post.
Thanks very much, Grant. In shot number 1, Blind Faith, ridden by Devon Ashby. They go straight down to the 1400 for the Cape Turf Club Syndicates Open Maiden for fillies and mares. In this race, number 1, now the ride of Ashby, as I have already mentioned. The jockey on 6 is +half. Number 3, Your Eyes Only, ridden by Oswald Noach. Number 2, Wind Runner, ridden by Mornay Vinnar. Right, on the left-hand side is number 5, Charlene. Louis Otto on the right, and the Aquamarine is number 4, Miss Lemonade. And JP van der Merwe as Wind Runner heads down to the start. There's number 10, Go Like Flow, Corne Orfer, for Miss Lemonade. Wants to go get resettled by the looks of things. No, going the right way. There goes number 5, Charlene. Another look at Miss Lemonade on her way to post. There goes the next one. That is Gimme the Limelight, number 8 and Grant Fanika, followed down by number 3, Your Eyes Only. 7, Lady Loxton, ridden by Anthony Andrews. Number 6, Future Contract, Keenan Stain. Number 9 is Green Isle, Craig Zaki. And the last run to head down to the start will be number 11, Hermana Sunrise, ridden by Jason Gates. All the exotics are underway. This is the last chance to play a pick 3. Hollywood Bets Durbanville, the second jackpot pool, got to 187,959 Rand. As far as the win place odds for this race, with 8 minutes to go, number 8, Gimme the Limelight, 290 a win, 1 Rand 20 a place. 5, Charlene, 5 Rand 140. Number 10, Go Like Flow, 550, 1 Rand 90. Number 2, Windrunner, 7 Rand a win, 2 Rand 10 a place. And number 1, Blind Faith, on offer at 3 Rand 10 a place and 8 Rand 80 a win. That's how they stack up. Race number 5. You've got about 7 minutes to go now.
Race number 5, Cape Turf Club Syndicates. It's an open maiden, 4 fillies and mares over 1,400 metres. Devon Ashby rides number 1, Blind Faith, for Andrew Steyn. And I think that's the only real change coming through of importance. Right, let's go straight to some of the fancied runners here. And the runner that I think is going to take a power of beating, and that's Charlene, number 5. Great improvement, Vicky, last time out. And yes, the ground was obviously a little bit better than her first run. It gets even better today, and she's got the 1,400. I think it's going to be ideal for her. She was the pick of the parade ring for me.
She looked very good in the parade ring, and I think also a filly that she's dappled through her neck, and I looked and I thought, I wonder if this is just when their winter coat comes out, they end up looking like that. But it's good. She looked in good form. She looked very fit, very well. I think also, as you've mentioned, the step up over the 1,400 metres, Brett also said that she'd appreciate that. So a filly that's most certainly one of the principals.
MJ, what do you think of the looks of the daughter of Futura?
Yeah, nice big filly, Grant. She's definitely going to enjoy the extra 200. She's drawn nicely, nice improvement, as you said, and she looked well. She's can't falter. Hope she's not too green, not being around the turn. That's a big field, but she did look well, and she's got some now. She also gets a bit of weight, as an open man and filly's handicap, so she's only carrying 57, so that's also a plus.
That's probably why I went with her instead of number 8, Gimme the Limelight, because Gimme the Limelight also looked terrific. In fact, she had a coat that was shining from here to eternity, and I think she's going to give a really good account of herself as well. But I just sided with Charlene, mainly A, because she's going to be getting a little bit of weight, and B, I think that the 1,400 is going to be so much up her alley.
Yeah, great point, Grant. I must be honest, when the horse was walking the parading, Gimme the Limelight, Gimme the Limelight just looked magnificent. She's a beautiful filly, and if you just on looks, I don't think anything will beat her. 2 kilos, it does make quite a big difference, yeah, it definitely brings Charlene into the equation that could give her a good run for her money.
I think, sorry, Grant, just to add to your Charlene support, with regards to Brett Crawford, he does gallop at Hollywood Vets Durbanville on a frequent occasion, so she would have seen the course. It's a fair assumption, seen the course and known the turn, etc.
Yeah, I think she's certainly going to. She looked like a come-on filly, because she just improved so much from her first start to the second start, and that's probably where I'm getting the zest to actually get involved with her a little bit. But 2 Wind Runner, Candice Robinson, Mornay Vinar, also nice improvement every time she's come to the racecourse, and she's got the draw, she's got 56.5 to shoulder. You can't be writing her off, and she's a decent price.
No, for sure not. And as you say, she's improved with every run. So one advantage, she's been here. Her first start she ran here, so a big advantage. And not too sure what price it is, but 56.5 draw 2. She's got to be in all your inclusions.
Yeah, absolutely. I think she's a runner that you need to really be taking seriously. But now the 10 horse Go Like Flow, because she's another filly that we followed for some time, and she's been relatively costly to follow. But the yard seems to be in top form at the moment. Corne Orfa and Andranella getting their relationship off to a fine start. And this filly has run a whole host of seconds in her starts as well. She's had 9 starts and she's finished second on 4 occasions. She has to be knocking loudly on the door, Vicky.
She's banging the door down. But Go Like Flow look good. I think also a huge plus is that Andre's had the 2 winners today. His horse's coats are looking absolutely impeccable. And as he said, it's been quite a cold, wet winter, and you can see that sheen on her coat. I think, you know, besides the wide draw that she's overcome on many occasions, including last time out, she has to be a factor, especially being a 4-year-old. I know that she's carrying the 60 kilos, but I don't think it's an issue. I think she can feature.
All right, so those are some of the principal runners here as well. Green Isle, you chatted to Craig Zaki. He was optimistic of a big performance, huh?
Yeah, disappointed with the last start. He just said he wasn't sure that she enjoyed the soft. So put a line through that. 6 lengths, and it's a long beating, but she can improve. And Craig felt the same, so it could be, but one to keep an eye on.
What about the 6th Future Contract? Here she comes just with 52. Her best run has been out at Durbanville as well. So her last chance, she's got everything in her favour today.
Well, he kept talking about her and mentioning all these pluses, and I thought, oh, hold on here. This is a filly that's more than likely got a bit of value to her, looking at her place-wise. She's got a light weight on her back, and as he mentioned, like I said, all the pluses, as well as the yard having the win today. So well worth a bit of a nibble, I think, for a place.
All right, it should start loading up shortly. It's just about race time. Who are you siding with?
8, number 8, give me the limelight.
You give me the limelight, and yourself, MJ?
Grant, purely just on looks. When he goes to the weights, it creates a different thing to look at. But purely what she looked like, she really caught eye in the parading. Her and then Charlene, and then I think Future Contract could run quite close up with 52.
Yeah, I think Future Contract's definitely the lurker at big odds. So she's right up there in my top 3. But I'm going to go with 5 Charlene just to beat the 8. Give me the limelight, but there's nothing separating them really. And Future Contract, I think, will be in the trifectas. Alistair, in terms of what you saw on the way down to the start in a fairly tricky little fillies and mares race here, how do you find it?
Thanks, Grant. Yeah, I actually thought that Charlene, I agree with you, looked really well when coming out onto the track. Didn't give tons away going down to the start, not from my vantage point anyway, but I like how she looked. And I also thought number 2, Windrunner, was presented nicely, the daughter of Master of My Fate, out of an Oaks winning mare, Wind Chill, who won with Joey Somer nearly a decade ago. But I thought number 5, Charlene, for me, taking nothing away from number 8, Give Me the Limelight. I'll tell you what I actually find very difficult in my trips to Cape Town is picking them going down to the start, because they generally are presented very, very well by the trainers. But they're loading. Hermana Sunrise, the next one to join the lineup, as Charlene and Green Isle get led forward. Wind Runner will be one of the next. Lady Loxton stands ready. Future Contract. Gimme the Limelight will be up next, along with Miss Lemonade. Blind Faith shies away. Now she steps up again. Loads quietly. 2 left, Your Eyes Only, and Go Like Flow. Last one coming up. 1,400 meters to cover. set. And they're off. Windrunner, Green Isle, both tardy off the mark, will have to race at the rear in the early stages. Charlene wants a piece of the lead. Your Eyes Only won't give it to her all that easily. Hermana Sunrise from the deepest draw pushes forward, commits but travels out deep. Then comes Blind Faith, who races away in fourth, just ahead of Gimme the Limelight in the yellow colours, just over a length away to Windrunner, who recovers to race midfield. Future Contract is at her outside. Then comes Miss Lemonade in the Aquamarine, just over a length away. Lady Loxton, joined by Go Like Flow, and Green Isle sits at the back of the field, down the side of the course, past the 800. Charlene in front by a length over Hermana Sunrise, who races away in second. Your Eyes Only hugs the rail in third. Then comes Gimme the Limelight and Blind Faith, they together at the top of the straight, with Windrunner in the pink sleeves and the blue cap, with Future Contract for company. Miss Lemonade being exposed the whole way down the side. Then comes Lady Loxton and Go Like Flow. The back of the field is Green Isle past the 400. Charlene shook away from Blind Faith, Your Eyes Only, but then comes Gimme the Limelight towards the outside, bridging the gap. Windrunner also picking some off. Blind Faith sticking around. Then comes Go Like Flow past the 200. Charlene in front of Gimme the Limelight, Your Eyes Only. Then towards the outside is Windrunner into the closing stages. Charlene continues to go. Charlene over Windrunner. It's tight in the end, probably in that order. Third goes the way of Your Eyes Only. Then came Gimme the Limelight. Cracking finish. I think Charlene's just seen off Windrunner in the run down to the wire. Another one from start to finish, possibly. Windrunner bridging the gap. She got a bit tight for room. She had to come back round, did Windrunner. Here's the line. Oh, that's tight. Back half a fraction. That will obviously have to have a good look. Your Eyes Only third, then came into the limelight. Gimme the Limelight in fourth. Further back, Go Like Flow, Green Isle, Blind Faith, Lady Loxton. Further back in running. Then came Hermana Sunrise with Future Contract and Miss Lemonade. So Charlene and the Drakenstein colours punched out by Louis Otwa. Windrunner extreme left-hand side is finding its feet right at the very end. Charlene clinging on. Windrunner, like I said, got a bit tight for room towards the inside. Had to come back round. And at the wire, it is desperately close. Judge is still having a look next door. I'll keep you on for a little bit longer, just to wait for the numbers to be sent through here. There's Charlene in front, half a length, quarter of a length, neck, head. That vantage point obviously doesn't give you the definitive answer. And here's the judge. He's given it to 2. Windrunner wins. The daughter of Master of My Fate and Demorne Vinnar for Candice Bass Robinson, bred at Main Chance Farms. Windrunner scrapes in race 5. Numbers confirmed: 2, 5, 3, and 8. Winner's time 1:25.61. Returning into the winner's area, number 2, Windrunner, a 3-year-old filly by Master of My Fate out of Wind Chill by Silvano, so out of an Oaks winning mare. Bred at the Main Chance Farms. Well done to the winning owners. Green Acres Trust nominee Marsh Shirtliff, partnership with John Lamb, Wayne Mealing, and Bryn Wrestle. Candice Bass Robinson is the winning trainer. Round 2 this afternoon, and Mornay Vinnar is the winning jockey.
Race 5, the Cape Turf Club Syndicates Open Maiden for the fillies and mares over the 1400 meters was won by number 2, Windrunner, the daughter of Master of My Fate. And Candice, well done.
Thank you.
I know that you said Monet got off apologizing, but she got up right in the shadow of the post.
I know Mornay said I gave it the worst ride and it still won despite that shame. She didn't jump out well out the pins, and then he dropped his stick at the top of the straight, and she still managed to get her head up. So it was pretty close, Vicky, but nevertheless a good win. She's always been a filly that's shown that she's had ability. I don't think she enjoyed the very soft going. She's a very good action filly. She's got lovely elastic action. She's shown at home that her work at home certainly has shown us that she's got ability, and she just wasn't quite putting it together in the races yet. So I ended up giving her a horse sickness injection and giving her a small break and bringing her back out again today. But it just shows you she has got the ability, and obviously with the going being on top now or better today, she's a much better filly.
We were having this discussion earlier, so I'll ask you the question. With regards to the very wet winter we've had, are we going to have horses that will improve and maybe completely turn their form around?
I'm sure they will. Certainly if my horses, I can speak for my horses only, and they hate that wet going. I don't know why, I can't even tell you why, but maybe it's just the way we train, or they just don't enjoy that going at all. So as you can see, a much better filly when the going turns around. So I'll have quite a few at home, I think, that do a lot better now that we're back to hopefully summer.
Well, Candice, well done for the win.
Thank you very much, and just well done to the guys, to Marsh, to Wayne, and to Bryn, and to mine's gone blank now. To John, sorry John, Uncle John. Well done to him too. A couple of them that have come into this filly late. So she's going to be a nice fun filly for them to have. So well done to all of them.
Well done, Candice.
Thank you.
There you go, Candice. Always very good with remembering everyone, but it was Mornay. Mornay, I don't quite know what to ask you. As Candice said, you got off apologizing, but geez, when you're good, Mornay.
Yeah, Vicky, like I said, our plan was to go set up second. I didn't want to be that far back, but yeah, more for to the straight. I was struggling with my stick eventually. I did try to pull it through, I dropped it, but yeah, but just as your game series, I mean, I didn't think I got there, but yeah, she got there. But most important thing, it was a very good win today. I was very happy with the win, So just well done to Mars and well done to Candice and all stable. Thanks a lot.
And with regards to her as a filly, obviously it was a good win from her, but is she just a filly that's still improving?
Definitely. Last time I rode, I said she was still a bit weak. Even today, still, she's weak still, but she's going to get, as she races more, she's going to get more experience and more stronger. But yeah, today a win was more important, so good win.
Well done, Mornay.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's Mornay Vanna. Well done to all the owners as listed by Candice, and also Main Chance Farms for breeding number 2, Windrunner, the daughter of Master of My Fate. Very good win, and also creditable second to Charlene, who was just pipped on the post.
set. And they're off. Windrunner, Green Isle, both tardy off the mark, will have to race at the rear in the early stages. Charlene wants a piece of the lead. Your Eyes Only won't give it to her all that easily. Hermana Sunrise from the deepest draw pushes forward, commits, but Faith, who races away in fourth, just ahead of Gimme the Limelight in the yellow colours, just over a length away to Windrunner, who recovers to race midfield. Future Contract is at her outside. Then comes Miss Lemonade in the Aquamarine. Just over a length away, Lady Loxton, joined by Go Like Flow, and Green Isle sits at the back of the field, down the side of the course, past the 800. Charlene in front by a length over Hermana Sunrise, who races away in second. Your Eyes Only hugs the rail in third. Then comes Gimme the Limelight and Blind Faith. They together at the top of the straight, with Windrunner in the pink sleeves and the blue cap, with Future Contract for company. Miss Lemonade being exposed the whole way down the side. Then comes Lady Loxton and Go Like Flow. The back of the field is Green Isle past the 400. Charlene shook away from Blind Faith, Your Eyes Only, but then comes Gimme the Limelight towards the outside, bridging the gap. Windrunner also picking some off. Blind Faith sticking around. Then comes Go Like Flow past the 200. Charlene in front of Gimme the Limelight, Your Eyes Only. Then towards the outside is Windrunner into the closing stages. Charlene continues. It's tight in the end, probably in that order. Third goes the way of Your Eyes Only. Then came Gimme the Limelight. Cracking finish. I think Charlene's just seen off Windrunner. Another one from start to finish, possibly. Windrunner bridging the gap. She got a bit tight for room. She had to come back rounded, Windrunner. Here's the line. Oh, that's tight. Back half a fraction. That is desperately close. The judge next door will obviously have to have a good look. Your Eyes Only. Give me the Limelight in fourth. Further back, Go Like Flow, Green Isle, Blind Faith, Lady Loxton. Further back in running. Then came Hermana Sunrise and Miss Lemonade. So Charlene and the Drakenstein colours, punched out by Louis Otwa. Windrunner, extreme left-hand side, is finding its feet right at the very end. Charlene clinging on. Windrunner, like I said, got a bit tight for room towards the inside. Had to come back round. And at the wire, it is desperately close. Judge is still having a look next door. I'll keep you on for a little bit longer, just to wait for the numbers to be sent through here. There's Charlene in front, half a length, quarter of a length, neck, head. That vantage point obviously doesn't give you the definitive answer. And here's the judge.
Right, welcome back to Hollywood Bets Durbanville. We're on to race number 6, which will be the penultimate race on today's program. Just the 7 races here today, and runners for the 6th race making their way into the parade ring. It is the World Sports Betting Bet with the Best. This is a Class 5, and it is again for fillies and mares in the trip here, 1,400 metres. Let's go to number 1, the Agent's Muse, a 4-year-old. This is a daughter of Water Winter. She's out of a Jetmaster mare. Gareth Wright jumps on board, pole position. And here's a runner that I think you could actually make a case for. She is better than her last couple of runs suggest. And the day she decides to put it all in, she could actually come out on top here. And I think today could just be that day. So I'm going to be including her in all bet types. 2, Catalea. Brett Crawford sends out the 4-year-old daughter of Silvano. She's out of a Captain Elmare. Louis McCotwood jumps on board. They're narrowly pipped in the previous. They'll be looking to hopefully get one right here. Here's another filly who's got some fair form. She hasn't been running too far off them, and I think she could certainly improve and put up a winning performance. But the horse they're all going to have to beat is number 3, Among the Clouds. Justice Nath trains this 3-year-old grey daughter of Lancaster Bomber. She's out of a Varmare, and there's plenty of speed in this family, and she's been doing all right as she stepped up to the 1,200 metre marker. She beat Look Forward last time out. Look Forward was beaten once again today. She finished back in that 3rd position. So the form line was relatively frank. Grant van Niekerk jumps on board, and for me, definitely the horse they're all going to have to beat. 4, Fly to Rio. She's a 6-year-old now, a 3-time winner from 39 starts. Her last couple of starts have been a little bit disappointing, but just 3 runs back, she did beat Paper Trail. And her form here at the country course isn't bad either, so she might just have an outside place chance. Number 5 is Shikoku. This is the 5-year-old, a daughter of Pathwalk. She's out of a Count de Bois mare, and her last couple of runs have been a little bit average, to be honest. She's going to need to show some improvement to feature. MJ has managed to get hold of Grant van Niekerk. Now, he is riding a horse that I do think is the one to beat. Let's find out if he thinks that we're on the right horse here with number 3, Among the Clouds.
Yeah, thanks, Grant. Grant's come and joined me. Grant, firstly, a comment about giving the limelight in the previous race.
Yeah, probably just the weight difference. But a filly that obviously just needs a lot of maturing, and probably would be better at Kenilworth.
You're a little bit unlucky with the horse top of the straight that stopped and you had to come around. It also made a bit of a difference.
Yeah, of course. Momentum cost me there. The horse in front of me was just dropping back on me, and I feel the track is a little bit on the faster side today, and they're not really coming back to you, so I had to get going a little bit earlier. But yeah, filly that you probably could see the best of in 6 months plus time.
Filly riding now Among the Clouds looks like a beautiful filly.
Lovely filly. She's a bit temperamental. I've never actually ridden this filly, so I can't really tell you much, but the last win was good. I know it's a competitive field, but I'm just going in half confidence because the last win was good.
Grant, thanks very much. Holding thumbs for that. A little bit of confidence just based on his last win, Grant.
Thanks, MJ. Interesting, though, because was the time of the year when at Kenilworth, when that outside ground wasn't good, so you can see where this horse ran from. She was almost stone last at the 800, then moved up to 9th at the 400, then went on to win. So with a favourable draw today over the 1400, I think this horse is a runner, and for me, definitely the one they're all going to have to beat. 6, I'll slip away. Let's go back to that one in the ring. Greg Enyon. Jason Gates picks up the ride here. Needs to improve on the form shown so far. But number 7, Kamikaze. Now, that's an interesting runner for me. 3-year-old daughter of Captain of All, likely race. She's only had the 2 starts. Wasn't a bad debut effort. She just seemed to get tired. And then next time out, she actually won a really nice race, beating Unconquerable Lady. She looks like she could be the biggest danger to the 3 Among the Clouds. 8, Seeking Peace, a 5-year-old now. JP van der Merwe jumps on board. She's been knocking on the door. She's had seconds behind Flying V and Jury Duty, and there'll be quite a few supporting her today, giving her a decent, realistic chance. 9 is Air of Royalty, Paddy Crayer and Keenan Stain, also knocking at the door, some serious form, and there's been a bit of shrewd support for this one in the market. In the antipost from 12s to 7s, and there could well be more support coming in today. Right, they are leaving the parade ring. Let's hand up to Alistair.
Thanks, Grant. And shot number 1, The Agent's Muse, ridden by Gareth Wright. Number 2, Catalea, ridden by Louis Otwa. 4, Fly to Rio, Anthony Andrews. Behind that, number 5, Shikoku, ridden by Devon Ashby. 6, I'll Slip Away, now the rider Jason Gates. 8 Seeking Peace and JP van der Merwe straight down to the start. 10 Misty Cliffs, Bernard Fade Herb. There's 11 Veronique, ridden by Craig Zaki, passing by number 2 Catalea. Number 1, the Agent's Muse. 4, Fly to Rio. Followed down by number 5. Shikoku. Next to pass by, number 6, I'll Slip Away. 7, Kamikaze, ridden by Aldo De Mea. 9, Air of Royalty, ridden by Keenan Stain. 11, Veronique on the way down to the start. There's number 10, Misty Cliffs. And the last runner out on course is number 3, Among the Clouds, ridden by Grant van Niekerk. So quite a few declarations here. Race number 6, the WSB, bet with the best, class 5 for fillies and mares over 1,400 metres. Number 6, I'll Slip Away. Now the rider Jason Gates, he wears a blue cap. Jockey on 7, Kamikaze, wears a red cap. Jockey on 10, Misty Cliffs, wears a black cap. Jockey on 11, Veronique, wears a green cap. The favourite is number 3, Among the Clouds. The horse and shot at 370, 130 a place, but consistent support. Number 2, Catalea, 430 and 1 rand 30. 7, Kamikaze, 530 a win, 210 a place. 8, Seeking Peace, 6 rand 70, 2 rand 40. And number 11, Veronique, also sits on single figures at 8 rand 20 and 2 rand 80 a place. This is the final leg of the Bipot, Jackpot 1. Let's get down to the Madhouse. Here at Hollywood Bets, Durbanville, Grant, Vicky and MJ.
Right, runners making their way down to the start. This is the World Sports Betting Bet with the Best. It's a Class 5, 1,400 metres, and your favourite is number 3, and that is Among the Clouds. Now, there wasn't much separating a couple of horses in the betting, and we don't have a betting monitor in here, but Among the Clouds was obviously a nice winner last time out. She chatted to Grant van Niekerk. He actually confessed that he's never sat on the filly before, so he just was looking at her last run, and it is her last run that's actually quite decent. She beat Look Forward comfortably. Look Forward did get beaten once again today, MJ, but I think this is a horse that's going to be hard to beat today over this trip and this draw.
Yeah, definitely, Grant. Also, win last time was full of merit. She came from 11 draw and dropped out and went to the inside, and if I'm not mistaken, and then she won quite nicely. So there's definitely more to it. She's definitely on the up. I mean, she's a young filly, and that Grant said she's a bit tricky, as you can see on the monitor. But she looked well, and on the last one, she should be very competitive here.
All right, so she goes the extra today as well. She goes the 1,400. That is a little bit of a question mark for me, because Lancaster Bomb has been quite prominent in terms of 2-year-old wins down the straight, and then she's also out of a very speedy Varme. Any sort of limitations for you in terms of the trip, Vicky? What did she look like in the ring? Did she have a bit of scope?
I think if you look at her in person, per se, I think that she does look like she's got a bit of scope and range to her. However, I think in relation to the Hollywood Bets Durbanville 1,400, it is more of a, I always classify it more of a sprint distance, because it is just that much of a faster track. Last time MJ mentioned when she came from so far off them, previously she'd been running from really handy and up there. I think it was just the conditions on the day that they try to, slot her in and come with a late run, which she did beautifully. Hopefully Grant has her maybe a little bit more prominent towards the pace, purely because it doesn't seem like horses are making up, well, besides Windrunner, who flashed home from quite a way off them, but they don't seem to be making up too much ground, which would be a concern if she came from too far off them. So all in all, Grant, I think that she warrants the support. I thought she looked impeccable in her well-being in that, and I think that the Hollywood Bets Durbanville 1,400 metres won't be an issue.
All right. In terms of stamina for you think she'll get the trip?
Yeah. I'm not a breeding expert, but with you telling us it does concern you a little bit. The 1,400, yeah, it's an easier 1,400, as Vicky said. It's not a big concern. She's a nice filly. She is taking on all the horses, and there's any question marks about staying, then taking on the older crowd starts asking a couple of questions. But she's a nice filly and she won very nicely.
The younger horse that I think could give her a run for her money is number 7, Kamikaze, a 3-year-old daughter of Captain of All out of a Seesaw mare called Selkie. Lightly raced, just the 2 starts. First run wasn't a bad effort. Next one was a cracking victory, beating Unconquerable Lady. Now, on the opposite side of the scale here, this is a daughter of Captain of All out of a Seesaw mare and would really appreciate the step up in trip.
And she looked very, very well in the parade, I must say. Not the biggest, but coat was shiny, and yeah, she looked great. I mean, if you pick one of the 3-year-old fillies, they should be in the first. They should be fighting it out.
She does look like she's more of a 1400 meter, 1600 meter horse.
She does, and interesting last time. I think she was, to say a bit of a surprise, she hasn't had market value on both of her runs, but the improvement was there. The Montalina form line's been quite strong and noteworthy through the Cape, so I think a filly that will feature out the maidens.
Well, let's move over to number 11 as well, which is Veronique, Greg Enion and Craig Zaki. This filly's there or thereabouts all the time. It's been a bit of a long time, 302 days since her last one, but she always gives it her best. She's just, you know what you're going to get from her.
Absolutely. Interesting. When I went to go interview Greg Enion, he said, Vicky, you know that I've got 3 runners in the same race? I said, yes, but you're very good at keeping them on the boil. So Veronique specifically, just the wide draw to overcome, but she's never too far off them. She's been hanging about. She's performed well at the course, and I think that puts her in good stead.
Stenion's doing really well, yards and form.
Big time, and he certainly has kept them ticking over beautifully as well. Number 8, Seeking Peace. We've had Mike Stewart's runners all performing fairly well today. JP van der Merwe jumps on board, the 5-year-old daughter of What a Winter. She's had 2 runs the last 2 runs have finished second behind Flying V and then second behind Jury Duty, both less than a length. We've been talking about horses knocking on the door. As you say, Vicky, this one's banging.
She is indeed. The only concern for me with her specifically would be the distance. The course is not a problem. She's performed well here. I know that she's older, and often you get horses that can maybe, sneak it over a little bit further. She has run a close-up stick behind Perilla over the 1400 meters, but that would be my only concern.
Air of Royalty's attracted quite a bit of support, MJ. 5-year-old daughter of Elusive Fort. Good second last time out, but from 12s into 7 earlier, I'm not too sure, as I said, but there's no betting bonnet here that we can see where the current betting is. Keenan Steyn jumps on board. This is another horse that can certainly, with just the 56.5, could make its presence felt.
Yes, definitely. The last start that in Tabazondi, maybe I don't think she was fancy, but she won a very nice race. She won quite easily. So this filly ran a good race. She would enjoy the 1400. One that will be in the quartet.
All right, so those are some of the principal runners. I'm going to ask Alistair if he's seen anything that we should be really looking at in terms of the canter pass down to the post, and what stood out for him. Alistair, what did you like?
Not a whole lot, Grant. I thought number 2, Catalea, looked well going down to the start. Brett Crawford and Louis Otwell will be looking to set the record straight after the previous race. There's little to gauge about number 3, Among the Clouds. She came past, but very, very quietly. Grant Fanico obviously documenting that she's not known to be the easiest around, but she's obviously packed with quite a fair degree of ability, so very hard to gauge how she strode out. And of the Enion runners, I actually thought number 11, Veronique, looked well, but she has got the most awkward draw to overcome. So let's see how it goes. They have started loading. Seeking Peace moves into line. Kamikaze will be next. Misty Cliffs being led forward. The Agent's Muse. Fly to Rio next nearest. Up steps Among the Clouds. Veronique will be the penultimate one to load. And I'll slip away the last. 1,400 meters to cover. Ready. Gates are back, and they racing. They got away to a good start. Mad scramble for the early lead. Katalea was out nicely. Shikoku pushes forward, seeking peace. Is about a length behind at the outside of runners. Then comes the Agent's Muse, and among the clouds, they together. They share fourth at the corner of the track. Kamikaze is at the outside of Fly to Rio. Fly to Rio, one off the rail. Then we go 2 lengths away to Isle Slip Away, joined by Misty Cliffs. Air of Royalty, one from last, leaving Veronique at the back of the field. Towards the 800 meters mark they go. Shikoku in front by 1 length of a Seeking Peace, who races away in second. Katalea dropped out, racing in third after competing for the lead. Then comes Among the Clouds at the outside of the Agent's Muse. Kamikaze being shaken up at the outside of runners. Fly to Rio, black and white. Further back to Misty Cliffs, red sleeves and black cap. Next best we find the likes of Isle Slip Away, Veronique and Air of Royalty, and they're homeward bound. They go to the final 500 meters. Seeking Peace, Katalea, Shikoku is towards the inside, now gets swamped. Among the Clouds, the grey in the middle of the course starts to get a bit closer. The Agent's Muse, and on the outside is Misty Cliffs trying to do its best work late past the 200. In front, Katalea. Among the Clouds second, then Seeking Peace. Katalea though in front by 2. Katalea wins. Among the Clouds second, third goes the way of Seeking Peace. Then came the Agent's Muse. Katalea arrives in race number 6. Louis Otwa, Brett Crawford get on the board. Another one bred by Main Chance Farms. What an end to the season they had. What a start to the season they've had with another win today. Well done to Main Chance Farms. Also the winning owners, nominee Dr. Andreas, Mrs. Natalie Jacobs. And Katalea wins it by a little less than a length. Second, number 3, Among the Clouds. Third, Seeking Peace. And then came the Agent's Muse. Misty Cliffs gave some sight, ran 5th. After them, Veronique. They were ahead of Kamikaze, Shikoku. Fly to Rio, I'll Slip Away. They were further back with Air of Royalty. So the winners in the yellow and black, that's Katalea, the daughter of Silvano, neatly placed. I think she won to the lead like so many crave today, but she backed out of it when 2 went faster. And Katalea was there to pick up the pieces from a gun position. That's race number 6. There's one more to go at Hollywood Bets Durbanville. Runs at 25 past 4. Numbers up 2, 3, 8 and 1. Winners time 1:25.63. Returning into the winners area is number 2 Katalea, 4-year-old filly by Silvano out of Catraz by Captain L. Bred at the Main Chance Farms. Well done to Main Chance Farms, PTY Limited, Dr. Andreas and Mrs. Natalie Jacobs, the winning owners. Brett Crawford, the winning trainer, and Louis Otwa is the winning jockey.
Race 6, the World Sports Betting Bet with the best class 5 for the fillies and mares. It was over the 1400 meters and won by number 2, Catalea, the daughter of Silvano. Well done to Main Chance Farms for breeding and also owning. I think, as Brett mentioned, a change of hands, hopefully a change of luck. And as I'm mentioning him, Brett's walked into studio. So, Brett, you can come and join me. With regards to, you mentioned a change of hands, change of luck, and so should Julia oblige.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the form Etienne's in at the moment. Once this filly changed hands yesterday, I thought, well, this is going to make a good thing. So, well done to Etienne and the team. I think they bought a nice filly. She's nice and sound. The Silvana filly, well bred, and I think, you know, she'll get better as she gets older. So I'm sure they'll have a lot of fun with her.
It was fantastic to see how she unrolled sort of as the straight went on. She just kept on finding.
Yeah, you know, like I say, she's just been a bit immature, and she's only finding her straps now. So I think, as I say, she'll fill out into a nice filly. She's very well bred, and I think they did a sensible buy yesterday. They've already got a return on her, and I'm sure she'll keep giving them that.
Well done, Brett.
Thank you.
Pleased as Puncher as well as Louis is standing in the wings must be. Louis, lovely first of all to have a win back from, you know, in the new season.
Yeah, no, sure. It was definitely a previous race, but I'm glad we could pull this one off.
And look, I think with regards to that, at least you're in good form. That's always the most important part.
Yeah, no, 100% Vicky, but we can only hope for a best season from now on.
In relation to how she unrolled, I was saying to Brett, it was wonderful as, you know, as the straight just continued, she just kept on finding. Is she an easy mover and a very honest filly?
Yeah, no, sure, she is an honest filly, and I believe she can only get better this filly. She only just turned 4 now, and she's a Savannah filly, and she's just getting stronger. And I think from now on, I think we can actually take it further. In the running itself, she was so settled and relaxed, so I think she's going to be, you know, we're going to have fun with her, and I believe Mr. Braun just put into her, so well done to him. Really appreciate, you know, we appreciate every support we can get in the yard. Yeah.
Louis, I asked earlier on, I asked Cornet, but I'll ask you, isn't it wonderful to ride on a lovely firm track now that the season's turned?
You don't understand. It's chuck and cheese compared to Kenilworth, but I mean, it's going to be a long 6 weeks here at Durbanville, so we just best we look after the track as well, especially with the weather we've been getting. But yeah, I mean, it's beautiful to be riding on a track like this. I mean, you can also get the best out of the horses. You can also feel the horses much better. So yeah, it's grateful.
Well done for the win.
Thank you. Just thank you to my sponsors, all right, etc.
Well done to Louis. The owners can come across and have a chat to me. I don't want to, by any means, put the markers on you, but you're having a hell of a run.
No, this is quite a story, obviously, because the filly was on the sale yesterday. So she was going to go down to P, and then I got a call to keep her here with a couple of mates. And they said, do you mind moving? Which is not really what I like doing. But well done to Brett and well done to Louis. And it's quite a pleasant surprise that you win in somebody else's colours as well. The jockey club wouldn't let us change. We paid, we did everything yesterday. They said, new rules, you can't change colours. I said, okay, well, she'll win anyway. So there we go.
It's okay. Next time when she wins, I'm sure she'll be sporting yours.
Yeah, great. But thanks, very, very well done to the Crawford stable, and great ride by Louis.
Well done, good win.
Yeah, and well done to Justin for Mark. He doesn't want to come in. He's got a little share in the filly as well. So, yeah, hopefully we can have some fun with her.
It's most certainly a quick turnaround of investment, especially buying these fillies in training.
Yeah, I was quite surprised when I saw online, and there was another grey filly that Candace had that was bought and went up to Joburg. And she went for double what we were hoping to pay, but I don't like not getting what we want. And, yeah, it's paid dividends. Great. Thank you.
Well done, Etienne.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, well done to the balance of the partnership involved in number 2, Catalea, daughter of Silvana. And as Brett said, change of ownership sometimes that sparks something new, but I think Catalea would have done it regardless, especially from a good draw. So well done to her, and also well done to Bong, who looks after her and receives his 1,000 Rand from Hollywood Bets. Thanks to them and Cape Racing.
Meters to cover. Ready. Gates are back, and they racing. They got away to a good start. Mad scramble for the early lead. Catalea was out nicely. Shikoku pushes forward, seeking peace, is about a length behind at the outside of runners. Then comes the Agent's Muse, and among the clouds, they together. They share fourth at the corner of the track. Kamikaze is at the outside of Fly to Rio. Fly to Rio, one off the rail. Then we go 2 lengths away to Isle Slip Away, joined by Misty Cliffs. Air of Royalty, one from last, leaving Veronique at the back of the field. Towards the 800 meters mark they go. Shikoku in front by 1 length of a Seeking Peace, who races away in second. Catalea dropped out, racing in third after competing for the lead. Then comes Among the Clouds at the outside of the Agent's Muse. Kamikaze being shaken up at the outside of runners. Fly to Rio, black and white. Further back to Misty Cliffs, red sleeves and black cap. Next best we find the likes of Isle Slip Away, Veronique and Air of Royalty, and they're homeward bound. They go to the final 500 meters. Seeking Peace, Catalea, Shikoku is towards the inside, now gets swamped. Among the Clouds, the grey in the middle of the course, starts to get a bit closer. The Agent's Muse, and on the outside is Misty Cliffs, trying to do its best work late past the 200. In front, Catalea. Among the Clouds second, then Seeking Peace. Catalea though in front by 2. Catalea wins. Among the Clouds second, third goes the way of Seeking Peace. Then came the Agent's Muse. Catalea arrives in race number 6. Louis Otwa, Brett Crawford get on the board. Another one bred by Main Chance Farms. What an end to the season they had. What a start to the season they've had, with another win today. Well done to Main Chance Farms. Also the winning owners, nominee Dr. Andreas and Mrs. Natalie Jacobs. And Catalea wins it by a little less than a length. Second, number 3, Among the Clouds, and the Agent's Muse. Misty Cliffs gave some sight, ran 5th. After them, Veronique. They were ahead of Kamikaze, Shikoku. Fly to Rio, I'll Slip Away. They were further back with Air of Royalty. So the winners in the yellow and black, that's Catalea, the daughter of Silvano, neatly placed. I think she won to the lead, like so many crave today, but she backed out of it when 2 went faster, and Catalea was there to pick up the pieces from a gun position. That's race number 6. There's one more to go at Hollywood Bets Durbanville. Runs at 25 past 4.
race 7, Hollywood Bedge, Bright Future, class 5. To Hollywood Bedge, Durbanville. Grant van Niekerk, come and join me. Grant, last race among the clouds, looks like she stayed and she got outrun by probably a bit of form filly.
Yeah, good run from her, young filly, and I think the winner was the right horse if you look in hindsight, but we can't be disappointed about our filly. She's an improving filly and she'll just get better.
You're running Kimball O'Hara here. He's, for me, been a bit frustrating to follow and to talk about, but he's got to have a chance here.
Yeah, he's one of those horses that always put himself in the worst positions, but he's also with a lot of ability. He's very unlucky on him the time before, and he's a horse that has a good draw, and I'll try and not complicate his race, so hoping for a clear run.
When he won, he went up handy. You think you maybe changed tactics today?
Yeah, look, I'm not going to give away my draw, so I'm going to be in the box seat somewhere, and clear run, hopefully he brings his A game.
Track's running quick. It's Grant van Niekerk running Kimball O'Hara. He will definitely have another chance. So I don't know what Grant Knowles thinks about him in Naate.
Thanks, MJ. Yeah, he's a frustrating horse. I think that was the word you used, and I agree 100%. When he won such a nice race. He actually almost dictated matters, and I know he went start to finish on that occasion. I think he might be one of those horses that actually likes to lead. And maybe he gets that opportunity today with the favourable draw. But there's number 1 bullet in question, Lucinda Woodruff, 4-year-old son of Quarari out of a JPEG mare. Bernard Fade Herb jumps on board. He's got pole position. That's always a massive help as well. And MJ has managed to get Bernard Fade Herb. Let's find out what Bernard has to say about this ride. He did ride this horse last time out.
Yeah, Grant, definitely probably the best looking horse in the field. Got Bernard here. Bernard, you rode him last time. Learned anything from him?
Yes, he's a nice horse. Last time he got badly bumped out the gates and it was heavy going and I came from a little bit too far over the pace, but he's dropped a bit in the weight and he's doing very well at home. I've got the draw, expecting a big run from him.
Thank you very much, Bernie, and I tell you what, he's really looking well. Grant, watch him go down.
All right, thanks very much, MJ, and great that you got Bernie to give that to us. There was anti-post support for this horse as well. He opened up 8s, he went to 5s, so there was nibbles for him, and he certainly will have his supporters here as well. He's a talented horse. If he brings his A game, he's going to be right there on top of them. Kimball O'Hara, let's take a look at him in the ring. We've discussed his chances. He's going to go down a little bit earlier as well. I was delighted, MJ, when Grant said that this is a horse that he's not going to give away the draw on. So I think this horse is crying to be up there in the vanguard, and that way he might not get into any traffic problems either, so it might well be the way to go. Number 3, Captive Mood, Adam Marcus, JP van der Merwe. Not a bad run last time out. In fact, there was a decent third, and I think there could be more to come from that horse as well, and JP van der Merwe will be hungry to get amongst the winners. 4 Radamas is the Shane Humby 7-year-old. Aussie Notes jumps on board, needs to improve, and then the white horse will be Mr. Frosty. You can see him a mile off, and he'll certainly give a good account to himself. Runners making their way out onto the course. Let's hand up to Alistair.
In shot number 1, Bullet, ridden by Bernard Fade Herb. Number 2, Kimball O'Hara, ridden by Grant van Niekerk, going down with the lead horse. 5, Mr. Frosty, ridden by Devon Ashby. 4, Radames, ridden by Oswald Noach. Number 6, Winter Pearl and Keenan Stain. Number 7, Unique Power, ridden by Mornay Vinnar. Number 9, Torero, ridden by Louis Otwa. PE Raider, trained by Joan Null. As everyone encourages national participation. Number 3, Captive Moon, ridden by JP van der Merwe, on the way down. And the last runner to head down to the start is number 8, Charlie Malone, ridden by Gareth Wright. For race 7, 6, Winter Pearl, blinkers off, cheek pieces on. 7, Unique Power, no compression mask. 8, Charlie Malone has blinkers. 9, Torero, the rider is +half. So as we get to the nightcap, the favourite is number 2, Kimball O'Hara, 250, 1 rand 20. 9 Torero, 521 Rand 70 a place. 3 Captive Moon, 580, 2 Rand 10. Number 1 Bullet, shows 6 Rand 20 and 2 Rand a place. That's the runners in the market going into the finale. The jackpot 1 paid 253.90. The buy pot 45 Rand 60. The place accumulator situation going into the last is 11 Rand 50. The pick 6 has 638 live tickets, paying 894 Rand 50, and jackpot 2 with 93 Rand 90. For the final time this afternoon, let's go down to Grant, Vicky and MJ.
Thanks very much, Alistair. Yeah, race number 7, the Hollywood Bet Bright Future. Class 5, 1,250 metres the trip. And there's been a bit of action in the markets here. I can tell you that number 2, Kimberly O'Hara, is now trading at around the 16 to 10 mark. So there has been some support. And the head care comes off number 7, Unique Power. And blinkers are on Charlie Malone, Louis Makotwa plus a half. Those are the changes. And also cheek pieces now fitted to Winter Pearl, and the blinkers are removed. So those are the changes as we start to have a look at this race. Now, MJ, Bullet.
Yeah,
Bernard was pretty confident.
He rode him last time, and I remember watching, horse that always races sort of up there, and I watched Bernard, and he sort of, it looked like they were trying to learn something, because he dropped him out, and then he got a bump, and he never really quickened. They ran away from him, and yeah, I think this was drawn well here. Bernard will have him right there, and this was looked exceptional in the parade ring, I must say. Very good. I think also it'll definitely be in the fight out.
So what are his tactics going to be, Vicky? He looks like he's quite a speedy type. He's been doing quite well from racing up there.
I think when you look at it at face value, it's 1,250 metres. He's drawn one, and it had been successful from being, letting go and being prominent. That said, when I spoke to Lucinda, I said, are you going to change or revert back to old tactics or adopt, the same ones as last time? And she said no, she wanted to just give him a bit of a chance and see him and running on. And I think it's just one of those long-term commitments where you want a horse to be finishing his races off and then show progress through his career. So it sounds like similar tactics to last time, but in saying that a day like today, you can't give too much away.
Well, it's certainly going to be an interesting contest for this one, because Kimberly O'Hara has now got a decent draw, and you heard from MJ when you chatted to him. He said he's not going to be giving that draw up.
No, he's been a bit unlucky, and if Grant jumps him and just maybe have him right up there and get out of the trouble, maybe that'll be the solving his problem, because he's hit a bit of a flat spot and not really quick enough. And Grant, I think you pointed out that when he won, he jumped and led, and so maybe he's also that wants to see daylight, and if he'll be quick enough for this 12 year, I don't know, but if he does that, he's got to be competitive. It's just, we've documented it that we're quite frustrated with this, because he looks unlucky and you think you can follow him next time, and it doesn't happen. But he's got everything that points at him today. He's drawn well. He's got a bit of weight to carry, but the horse looks good, and he should be right up there.
We waited for him to go the 1400. Everyone said no, when he goes around the turn, when he goes the 1400, you're going to see a better horse. We waited for that, and he found bad luck once again. So
what's the next thing we're going to wait for? Blinkers, gelding again, I don't know what else.
Captive Moon also ran behind the same horse in Tabazendi, and JP van der Merwe jumps on board. Got some fair form, got a fair draw as well. What do you make of this one's chances?
He's dropped in the rating completely, so he's got 53, and he looked well this was going down. He's got to have a chance.
Went down very well, didn't he, Vicky?
He did indeed. When I was speaking to Adam in the week, he said when Captive Moon wants to win, he will win. And I also spoke to Adam pre-race before his last run when he ran third, and Adam said, he's in a good space, he's really doing well, and he should run well, and he duly obliged. So I think Captive Moon, if the same horse comes to race it today that did last time out, I think that he could just about win it. He looked impeccable going down to the start.
Mr. Frosty, Paul Reeves, Devon Ashby, Sparkling Grey. He's one of those horses that, again, on his day, look how he's plummeted down the ratings as well. He's over 54 now. He's going to pop up one day.
He is. I kept on hoping it was going to be in the winter months, but maybe this is more his game. Instead of the real sort of heavy underfoot conditions, maybe it's just the sting out that he wants. He looks great, and I think it would be nice for the connections that he brings his form. He loves winter. It's when he normally thrives, and as Paul always reminds me, he's named after Frosty the Snowman, so rightfully fitting with his bright white coat.
6 Winter Pearl, Ricky Maingard, Keenan Steyn, cheek pieces on now. Disappointing last time out, MJ.
Very disappointing, and we've sort of tried to follow this horse once or twice, and he has disappointed a little bit. He hasn't been far off prior to that. He looks good, this horse. You can't ignore him, but a bit costly to follow.
He's come down from 72 all the way down to 62, so he's got to be getting close to a competitive mark now, Vicky.
He must be getting that way. And I think also last time probably over-raced with the blinkers on. He's now got the cheek pieces. It's often suggested as the happy medium between the two. And I think, look, if he's prominent today, it's the type of day you want him to be. There's no use running hard into the ground on a yielding track today. I think that he'll thoroughly enjoy the conditions, and I think that he is the type of horse that could perform. I think he's got more ability than what he's showing at the moment.
When he won, he went to the front at Maritzburg, 1400, so maybe can bounce him and get him up there and run away from them.
You can make a bit of a case for number 8, Charlie Malone, as well. Blinkers fitted, Gareth Wright hasn't been running too far off them. What do you make of his chances, MJ?
Yeah, he's probably run in a little bit stronger races. I mean, we saw in the last race that filly of Brett, she ran way above the class that she's running. I mean, he's running competitive races, so not a bad weight, and blinkers on could make a difference.
We're mentioning horses that have plummeted down the ratings from an 82 actually, he's down to a 62.
Well, Candice mentioned that he could be the lurker that could pop up with the blinkers on. Not the easiest of draws, but not the hardest thing to overcome.
Looks quite well.
Number 9, Torero. Now here's an interesting runner. Raiding from Port Elizabeth. They haven't been able to race on the grass there for some time, so he's opted to take his chances here. He's a 7-year-old son of Toreador. Louis Makotwa now +1/2. His form's there to see, but is he good enough to run and win in Cape Town?
It's funny, we looked at the computer form. When I got to this race, I went to the bottom. I was like, have I got the Fairview race caught here? Unusual to see, but good to see. Welcome to Jean, and as he said, there's no races on the grass at the moment. The horse went down quite well. I mean, his form, PE form, I don't know how strong it is. He looked well, and you can't fault his form. He hasn't got a lot of weight to carry, so maybe also it can sort of upset will make something pay.
Well, let's ask Alistair what he thinks, because he obviously calls in PE occasionally, and he knows some of the horses as well. Alistair, in terms of number 9, Torero, what do you make of him? And obviously lovely to have Jean-Nel here. Louis Makotwa jumps on board. Do you give the PE horse a chance?
I think you have to here, Grant. I've called Torero a few times when he's won at a big price. On the 16th of September on the turf, over 1,200 metres at Fairview. He came from absolutely nowhere to beat Conquer the World, who has gone up to Joburg and run a few fair races with Roy Magna. Look, I think you can see the rhyme to the Torero, considering the rain that's been prevalent in Aberga over the past few months. Jean-Nel must be tearing out his hair. So, and funny enough, he was quoted to run tomorrow as well at Fairview, but he's been scratched due to change of surface, and obviously because he's here. So this could be a lovely leap of faith taken from Jean-Nel, and it might encourage a few others to travel around. It's an expensive exercise, yes, but when it could be as fruitful as this, then there's no doubt that there might be a few that'll scratch their heads and want to do it. With regard to how he races and how the race is likely to run, that could be his Achilles heel, from a deep draw and the fact that he likes to come from way off them, and the track running as fast as it is today at Hollywood Bets Durbanville, that might count against him. But a little bit of me would actually like to see him perform quite well here, just to give its share down to those down in Aberga. But 5 horses have loaded and 4 still to come in. Captive Moon about to join the lineup. Charlie Malone will be next. Winter Pearl, and then Unique Power. The 12.50. All in. Gates are back, and they're racing away. Mr. Frosty at the outside of Bullet came out at parity, little to choose between them. Bullet has the inside rail though to help. Winter Pearl at the outside, but even deeper out is Charlie Malone pushing forward and now pursues the lead. Captive Moon happy to watch on from 5th place alongside Kimball O'Hara. Then we go just over length away to Torero. Radames is 1 from last, leaving Unique Power at the back of the field. 8 lengths, even more between them. With 700 metres left to run, Mr. Frosty retained the lead over Charlie Charlie Malone, who rushed around to race in second. Then comes Bullet with the run of the race in third. Winter Pearl out in fourth. Kimberly O'Hara, purple and white colours towards the inside, is fifth place and racing no more than 5 off the leader. Captain Moon, pink sleeves and yellow cap. Rodimes, then Torero, who's in the open nearest us. Unique Power got the field to get past the 400. Charlie Malone picked up the lead. Bullet 2 off the inside. Winter Pearl pressing. Then comes Kimberly O'Hara. Mr. Frosty ran his race. Captive Moon next best with 200 metres left to run. Charlie Malone, Bullet, Winter Pearl nearest us, tightens up. Then comes Kimberly O'Hara. Winter Pearl in front, and Winter Pearl wins it with a bit of style. Winter Pearl the winner. Second, Charlie Malone. Third, a photo between Kimberly O'Hara and Bullet. Winter Pearl takes up the finale for Ricky Maingard. Keenan Stain, the winning rider, and the son of What a Winter. Bred of the Drakenstein stud. Well into some Mauritian connections here. Mr. Bundu, Mr. Hubert, Mr. Kathapamal, and Ricky Maingard, Mr. McCrow, and Mrs. Bundu as well. Winter Pearl wins it. Second goes the way I thought of Charlie Malone, and that will be the case. Now third, looks like it'll go to Bullet over Kimberly O'Hara. Further back to Captive Moon. Next best was Mr. Frosty. Radames, Torero, and they were ahead of Unique Power. So the winner towards the left-hand side, the red sleeves and the white cap, that's Winter Pearl. Blinkers came off today. They've been tried and untried, and obviously off today. Cheap pieces go on. That's been the oracle here for number 6, Winter Pearl, who will rush home to get the better of them. Charlie Malone put up a good performance in second. Bullet not too far away, and a photo for third with Kimberly O'Hara. And that is pretty much a wrap from Hollywood Bets Durbanville today. Looking forward to tomorrow, where I'll be at Fairview. Be a good day out in Abaka. Always is. Been a pleasure being in your company. Till tomorrow. Good night. Positions back in the winners area. Number 6, Winter Pearl. 5-year-old gelding by What a Winter out of Arabian Pearl by Al Mufti and bred by the Drakenstein stud. Winning owners, Mr. Bundu, Mr. Hubert, Mr. Katapamal, Ricky Maingard, T.R. McCrow and Mrs. Bundu. Ricky Maingard is the winning trainer. Very well done to Ricky. And the last race merchant, Keenan Stain, has done it again. It's actually becoming quite a ridiculous stat. Well done to Keenan, the winning jockey. Still no numbers as far as the minor positions are concerned. Stay tuned. Numbers race 7, 6, 8, 1, 2. Winner's time, 1 minute 15.18.
Race 7 has been won by number 6, Winter Pearl from the Rookie Maingard yard. Well done to Anati Feni, who's the chap who looks after him and receives his R1,000 thanks to Hollywood Bet and Cape Racing. With me is Kit Kenzie. Kit, well done.
Thank you very much, Vin.
You've been very much holding the fort, and lovely that you've been rewarded with a win.
It's taken a long time. Last time we won a race was the King's Plate.
Well, that's quite a stature to repeat, but well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
In relation to the headgear, I know you've doubled in blinkers and that. So it seems like the cheek pieces gets him travelling enough, but not overdoing it.
Exactly that, yeah. We put the blinkers on him and he just ran away with the jockey. The time before, when he's got no blinkers on, he walks out the pens and then he's out of his ground and he comes too late. So today, I think that was the trick, yeah.
Well done for the win.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's Kit Kenzie. Next up, I've got Keenan Steyn, the jockey aboard Winter Pearl. And Keenan, well done.
Thank you so much, Joe.
He doesn't look like the easiest horse in that, like Kit says. He either travels too hard or just to ride. Did you adopt the tactics you were hoping for today?
Yeah, and it's not really that tricky, you know. It was simple. We were chatting at the course. We discussed, you know, every time he's worn blinkers, he's just done it too much. And he's actually a really lovely ride. So it's out of his nature. But also when you don't have it on, he comes from a little bit too far back and he just doesn't ping the gates, he doesn't travel. So we opted to try cheek pieces and, you know, trial and error. It makes a difference when you can work the horses and you can go back and you can chat and the trainers understand where you're coming from. So big thanks to Kit, big thanks to Mr. Maingard. And yeah, he won a really nice race.
Sparky, well done.
Thanks to my sponsors, TD Markets and Griffin Capital Wealth. I appreciate all the support. Also to my girlfriend, Andrea, her friend Michelle, Jacques and Renard. They were supporting me today, and I pulled it through the last race.
Well, I think this is what we look out for you in the last race. It's been your trend, so well done.
Yeah, the get out stakes.
Absolutely well done, Sparky. That's Keenan Steyn, that's jockey aboard number 6, Winter Pearl. Well done to the host of owners involved. Very much rewarded by Winter Pearl today, and well done to Draken Steyn Stud for breeding. Number 6, Winter Pearl, the son of Winter.